Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move into the meditation. For those of you wherever you're at, just try to create the quietest environment that supports doing a meditation, so you don't have the outer distractions. So just turning off your cell phones, all that good stuff, closing doors, doing whatever you need. I know some people like to lay down and put eye shades on and all that. That's great to do whatever you need to do to let go of any of the outer distractions and to begin to focus inside. So when you're ready, you can go ahead and close your eyes and just begin to draw your attention inwards and upwards to that place we call the seat of the soul, that spiritualized center that resides above the eyebrows, towards the top and the center of the head. It can help just to take a deep breath or two, just to allow the body to relax as you continue gathering your tension. And just begin to look upwards in this inner sky. As you continue to relax, move into a place of observation and receptivity, you may begin to notice slight sensations around the forehead, or the top of the head, and even a peace that begins to fill your head and move down throughout your body. As you continue relaxing into this movement, you may even begin to see the inner light, the light of God's loving. It often appears as a purple light or as a golden white light. If you're aware of that inner light, just hold your attention, observing, watching. Just watching it move, allowing your awareness to continue expanding, allowing that peace and loving to fill you. Just take in another breath or two as you breathe in the light and breathe it out so that it begins to move through you like a river from the top of your head down through your body and out through your hands and your feet. And just experience yourself in this river of loving. As you breathe it in and breathe it out. Breathe in the light at the top of your head, filling your body as you breathe in. And as you exhale, just see the light continuing on beyond your body. Just allowing it to move into the space around you, into the world around you. Allowing that light of loving to go into the world, to assist, to serve, to awaken, however God wishes. For it is through that light of loving that our prayers are answered and our life is fulfilled. So just keep breathing in and out this light, being aware of that loving and peace as it moves through you. And now to begin to listen deeply within, this inner spiritual space within. Just listen for that voice of God as it speaks to you. whether it's through a voice, a sound, music, nature, or simply as a wind or a bell, and even a high-pitched ringing in the ears. Just listen deeply within, for God's loving is made up of both light and sound. It's the light and the sound together, through which the Holy Spirit will begin to awaken us and lift us up into those spiritual realms of God's kingdom. Just keep breathing in and out, watching and listening, all focused at the seat of the soul. And if you have anything within you you'd like to offer up to God, any prayers, any wishes, thoughts or feelings, positive or negative, share your joy with God as well as sharing your disturbance. Just give everything to God. Any and all things that are stirring within you, just give them up to God in this movement of loving, allowing that river to just carry them. You can do this through just thinking or through your words, or even simply your intention of letting go and letting God. Just take this time to talk to God and know that God is listening and receiving whatever you have to share. As you find yourself moving towards completion and sharing at this time, just transition into a state of gratitude, giving thanks and sharing your gratefulness with God for this opportunity to be together, to be in the loving, to commune with the divine. Just allowing that gratitude to expand, where you begin to now share your loving with God. Just begin within you, just love God directly. Whether you see it as a light moving from your soul, the top of your head, on up into spirit, into that spiritual sky. You may even see God as an inner sun way up in that inner sky, seeing the light of your loving going to God. So just share your love with God through the light, through intention, even through your feelings and thoughts. Just love God with all your body, mind, heart, and soul. And to continue empowering and building upon that loving, we're going to use the sacred name of God, the Anahu, that we can chant or sing out loud or silently within as a direct action of expanding our loving and sharing it with God. So just allow that sound, that name of Anahu, to come present at the seat of the soul. Now I'm going to chant the Anahu out loud 3 times. You're welcome to join in out loud or silently within, or just listen. Just take in a deep breath, and on the exhale, we'll begin. You can continue chanting out loud if you wish, or silently within. You just allow the power of that name to build within you, becoming more aware of your loving expanding as you continue to share with God. And we're going to move into a time of silence. You continue to share your loving with God. And also in the silence, allow yourself to receive as well. And find your rhythm of sharing with God and receiving God's loving for you. Whether you chant a few minutes and observe and listen for a few minutes, or you chant the whole time and observe and listen at the same time. Find what works for you, for it is about being in loving communion with God. just begin to gently bring your attention once again to that focus of sharing your gratitude with God. So take about another minute or two, just being in the gratitude with God. You can just continue being in this quiet space of gratitude and loving. Just allowing that peace to move throughout your body and your consciousness. Just filling every part of your beingness. If you wish, you can open your eyes, or if you'd like to keep them closed and just stay in this space, please do.
Gonna start?
It's just so peaceful. I feel like we could have stayed in much longer, actually. Wow. Well, I think I'd like to start off with a little bit about sharing about being the child of God and a really awakening to that. And to realize that's really what we're doing here in ILM is about that spiritual awakening to that truth of who we are. Yeah, we talk about as the soul, the spark of God, that living, loving expression or essence of God. But what is that? Another way to look at it is the child of God. You know, we've heard the phrase, like in the Bible, to enter the kingdom of heaven, become like little children. And so there's these references to that child, and it often takes moving into that state of innocence or vulnerability that children display. Because in that state of being is how we just allow ourselves to literally be open and vulnerable with God, so that loving has no restrictions, that it can move in us and through us, that we can be more aware of it. Because a lot of what we're doing here in the meditation and the practices we do in ILAM of loving, accepting, forgiving, and in all the other tools or techniques, is really about awakening back to that simple truth of who we really, really are as a child of God. That's it. You hear us all the time in here talk about keep it simple, or the simplicity, or how simple this pathway really is. And there's really more of a core essence of what we're doing, is really returning back into that purity, that innocence, that light, that joy of being the child of God. And so the meditation is just a way by which it most directly supports that action, because there's a real transformation that takes place inside of us. As we get older, we get caught up in our minds and all the emotional things, and then we begin to have all the, let's just call it the experiences in life that can traumatize us or cause disturbance, any way, shape, or form, where we begin to shut down or suppress parts of ourselves or shut them off, and we hold back and we don't allow that freedom of that childlike innocence and joy that we had as children. And so as adults now, trying to be adult, human, responsible, doing what we're supposed to do in the world, right? We've simply lost touch with that childlike innocence in us. And part of what the meditation does is help us to open back up. And that opening is what allows us to move into the spiritual awakening. But in that opening back up, it's going to begin to transform that adult-like consciousness where we've gotten so caught up in the mind and the belief systems and again, all the emotional whatevers through life, that now our ego has developed all these protections and defenses and how to live in the world because it's a harsh world, all that type of stuff. So it takes time for that process of opening and transformation, that as we do this in meditation, that loving that we open to will automatically begin to dissolve, wear away, weather down these walls that we've built inside of ourselves through all these thoughts and feelings that have really built up the ego. No matter what we call it or what it looks like, we can call our self-identifications, how we see ourselves in the world through our work, through our careers, through our families, through our friends, right? So to be able to get to that more childlike state, there's this process that we go through that can sometimes kind of feel like it's stripping away our identity in the world. And that can be really hard for people, because when we spent years building up an identity of how we want to be in the world, how we want to project ourselves, or the image we want to create, how we want people to see us, what we want to do as far as careers or success, how we want to be viewed in the world. And the longer and harder we work at that, the more there is then for us to, let's just say, let Spirit transform that. So it takes time, because truly God has the best intentions for us, that as we walk this journey of spiritual awakening and back into the heart of God, it's really a simple but also gradual process of where the loving will begin to wear away or strip away. That whole thing of like the layers of the onions. Yes, sometimes it makes us cry. Pick a different fruit or vegetable if you want, or how about a flower with all the flower petals blossoming? How about that instead, all the layers like that? That one may be a little more joyful and maybe gentle. I don't know, maybe flower goes through growing pains in that process. There's pain and pleasure involved in all of it. But it's that process of stripping away or blossoming. It's both. It's called let go. That's just stripping away. And then the blossoming is letting God. You've got both. And you want to allow that all because it's truly a transformative process. Our job as, if you want to say, disciples or initiates or those really walking this path of spiritual awakening to God, our job is just to move into that communion of loving with God and then let God do the transforming, do the stripping away, do the awakening, the blossoming. We just have to come present and allow God to do that. It's really not hard, right? But because of all these protections and defenses and images and identities we've built up, we make it hard because we're afraid to let go, afraid for whatever reason to be that child again, to be innocent and vulnerable because of all these past experiences we've had, that we actually start to truly believe or feel that we need to protect ourselves just to feel safe. We can't show people our feelings. We can't show people or tell them what we really think, right? So we keep it all suppressed and held in. But what happens when we do that? Well, it starts coming out in other negative ways. That's what happens. That loving creativity of who we are is always going to move like a river. It will never be dammed up. And anytime we try to stop it or dam it up, it's going to find a way around, over, under, through. But when we do it that way, that's when we experience more disturbance. And we'll see that through health things, through mental, emotional processes. We'll see it through addictions. We'll see it through different behaviors of what we do in the world that we could call more negative or unhealthy. So that's what happens when our loving creativity, when we start to suppress it because we judge it or fear it, based upon, again, what our ego has done as far as trying to create an identity or image in the world. And that we're not okay with returning back to just that innocence, vulnerability, and what does it say? Be yourself, be who you are. So this transformative process into moving back into the truth of who we are, one can take years, but it is also very simple. We just have to allow it with God in the meditation. And it's amazing, and I'll share a little bit of some of my own experiences along the way, as well as, the last 26 years of doing this action of service is teaching this pathway. There was one experience I had that I think is a good example on the inner levels of what that can look like. So, as you know, we talk about here the spiritual form of the teacher, or what we call the radiant form of the Holy Spirit, that it can often take on the form of myself or Jim or some spiritual teacher that is moved into their oneness with God, and that God will utilize that form, literally like our physical form that can look like us, spiritually, that can work with you walking this pathway in the inner levels, the spiritual realms, through the astral, the causal, the mental, the etheric, and the soul and spirit, even physically, right here. That's what we're doing physically. But when it's a real movement of the Holy Spirit, and God uses that form can sometimes look on inner levels like a very large, like 9 foot tall, like a master. Okay, that's what we call the master form or the radiant form of the Holy Spirit. But that is God's loving, working with the souls that are working on this path, walking this path directly, assisting the souls on the inner journey through these spiritual realms I just mentioned, okay? In the physical level, it's like this, where we share in classes, where we share examples, where we share the teachings, the techniques, the meditation, where we give the sacred name to walk this inner journey. It's our job physically. So that continues on these inner spiritual realms, okay? So the spiritual teacher in that radiant form will work with this on these other spiritual dimensions and realms to assist us in returning into that child of God of who we are. One of the experiences I had, it was quite a few years ago, maybe 7 years ago, there was somebody that I was working with on their levels, and Spirit brought me to them in that master radiant form. I was like in this, I was aware I was in this 9 foot tall, huge figure and aware of that presence of God and loving in my beingness. And as I was walking into this room where there's a couple dozen other people, but I was walking in to just get this one person. And I walked in and looked around the room. And as I looked over to the right, there's this one person who I was there for. And there was a friend with them talking. And when they saw me and look over, the friend said, "Oh my God, there's the one you've been looking for." In other words, the soul in this person had been looking, which this person's in the world, but their soul on that level has been looking for that radiant form of the Holy Spirit because it was ready to begin the spiritual journey. So God brings me there in that radiant form. And then as I now locked eyes with this person, then I felt the Holy Spirit move through me and go to this person. And as I walked up to them, they walked out to greet me. And this person is actually bigger than me, taller. And it's funny because, well, I guess in that I was over like 9 feet tall. So I guess I was bigger in that experience. Kind of a little different on the other levels there. And I picked them up and began to hold them like a baby. Okay? Just think, when we're little babies or little children, our parents can pick us up and hold us in their arms, right? And there's something very nurturing as well as that loving embrace of that parental care, okay? So I literally picked up this person like that as a loving parent and literally experiencing God's loving pouring through me, that action of the Holy Spirit. And this person in my arms, as their adult figure, literally began to transform and change and get smaller and smaller and literally turned into a Christ child. What's a Christ child? The little baby, the child of God. And there's this wonderful, beautiful, radiant light shining from this baby that was really moving more into its soul essence. So I knew right then and there that this soul now was ready, that God was beginning the process of awakening that child to their soul essence. And we're beginning the process of what we would call an inner initiation, because this person had not been yet initiated outwardly on this pathway as we do in sharing the sacred name of God. But it began on the inner levels years ago. As I held them, that Holy Spirit began that transformation of that adult alder form with all the mind, the emotions, and experiences like I talked about, and began the transformation now to that Christ child or that child of God. The pure, living, loving essence of what the soul is of God. Just like that, they were transformed right into that child of God. Right? Well, yeah, now there's the years of now that person walking through their journey now of transformation as they're returning or awakening back into that Christ child or that soul that is awakening to the truth of who they are as a child of God. And that's what this pathway is really about. And that's just the beginning. You know, there's the phrases I like to say, there's some groups out there like the born again Christians. I say they got one part right, that born again part. That being born again is literally what I was just sharing in that experience, where literally we are born again as a spirit, being born into the spirit. And when we're born into the spirit, literally that is now, what is it being born? It's a baby. Like I just shared, this was the beginning of this soul's now being born again into spirit, into that child of God that they are. Another way of looking at it is called being reborn. okay? And it really is now where we have our, what we could call our spiritual awakening. But I'm sharing this on purpose because, and those of you that are listening, I hope you realize that importance of moving to that childlike awareness or state of being open, being vulnerable, being innocent, that pure joy and loving, that freedom that children have. That's inside of us. It just got buried. It's just asleep. We've just shut it down, but all we got to do is open the doors back up. And that's exactly what the meditation does that we do here. We open that first main door right here, the seat of the soul, right? Rumi called it, the door is round, the door is open. So we have to open that. Our meditation practice with the sacred name, what called the keys to the kingdom, right? So you got to put the key in there, unlock the door, and open it. And in that opening, the soul can begin to now move out of the physical consciousness where it's been buried or asleep or shut down from the truth of the divine. And in opening that door now through the meditation and the sacred name or the keys to the kingdom, we can begin to see, but then also step out and begin that journey of that spiritual awakening and that rebirth, and now returning back into that child of God that we are. Okay? Simply put, I could easily stop right there. That's what we're doing. That's the storyline. Okay? Obviously, the details are going to look different for each of us. For me, my spiritual awakening, this life, started when I was 23 years old. I was finishing up on my last semester of college. And it just started happening. I wasn't even seeking God or searching for anything spiritual. I was just doing my life, finishing school, and something inside of me changed. It just started to stir awake. And in that stirring, I was aware of it. It's like, but I didn't know what it was. I'm like, what is this? What's happening to me? And even people around me were noticing, like, what's going on with you, Brian? I'm like, I don't know, something changed in me, but I don't know what it is. Well, I began searching then. I started reading a lot. I started going to different groups, different workshops, different classes. And I just started my own journey, seeking all kinds of stuff from holistic health, to psychology, to spirituality, to religion. I was all over the place trying to discover and learn and figure it out or whatever, just to discover what happened in me and what's happening. But that led me then to other meditation practices. So I'm like, everybody, everywhere I went, talked about prayer and meditation. Well, I was at the time not into religion or real God stuff. I was more focused on more what we could call metaphysical or psychic. Because I thought, when I was reading this stuff, I'm like, wow, this sounds amazing. I'd like to experience that. And it seemed to begin to answer something in me. Not fully, but it started giving me answers. And I, right off the bat, whatever that changed in me, called a heightened sense of intuition or awareness, that awareness of what that was in me that awakened, I was just aware. I mean, I could not be aware of it. And so I just trusted it. And literally I could tell it would move me to different people, places, experiences. And when I started doing these meditations, things would wake up in me. I'd have inner experiences. I'd literally get like messages about stuff, but it was all supporting me on my spiritual journey. It wasn't like messages to tell other people stuff. It was all about for me. And spirit really supporting me to awaken to this greater truth of who I am as that child of God. But not knowing that at the time, just thinking, wow, this is wild, this is cool. I just kept following it. And I'd have one experience and another, and it just fueled me, motivated me to keep meditating. So I was meditating every day, at least an hour a day, reading everything I could get my hands on, talking to people. And it was a wonderful time. It still is, just different, obviously. Those beginning years are always a lot of fun and discovery, not only of self, but of just all that is out there around all this psychic, metaphysical, spiritual stuff. So that started me on the journey. But as I moved along on the journey, I just noticed in myself this inner transformation, these things changing in me. It's not like I even had any control of it. It's more like I was just observing and being aware of this changes going on inside of me and how they would keep happening the more I kept doing the meditations, the more I kept learning and practicing all this. And one thing led to the next and the next and the next. And then eventually, of course, with Jim and ILM, where I started learning more about the LAF, loving, accepting, forgiving. So it really now started to move me from not only the outer psychic metaphysical things, like I was, as you've heard me over the years, talk about out-of-body experiences all the time, and the door opens in psychic visions or experiences. That's what motivated me. But after a couple years of that, I started to realize I was coming up against something inside of myself. I could feel this pressure, and I wasn't sure what it was. But then when I started learning more about the taking responsibility for oneself, our thoughts, our feelings, actions, reactions, in other words, as you hear, share here, that when I started looking at that and starting to really love myself, accept myself, forgive myself for the judgments, the fears, the things where I closed down inside, the stripping away, in other words, of the worldly identification, what the ego had built up in all of its protections, defenses, rights, and wrongs. So I started becoming aware now of all this. I wasn't paying attention to all that in the beginning couple years. I was more focused on, again, more out here with all the psychic spiritual stuff, right? But eventually, in feeling that pressure, I realized, I've got to start turning inside and looking at myself. What do we say, all the spiritual teachers? To go within. Not only to wake up and know God, just to wake up and know yourself, to be true to yourself, to know thyself, to be who you are. You've got to go within. You've got to start really looking inward at yourself, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, imaginatively, as well as physically. So as I started that journey of going within now, well, I already had practice with the meditation of that going within, but then I had to go within to look at my personal self. What are all these thoughts? What are these belief systems I've got running? What are these behaviors and things or identities I've built up in the world around me? So I then began that journey of beginning to now look at all this personal process, because I started becoming aware of what was holding me back, as well as what was moving me forward with the meditation and the spiritual action. But as I kept waking up more spiritually and having more experience, it also started bringing an awareness of what was holding me back inside of me personally, that's holding me back from my own continued spiritual awakening, let alone anything else I was doing in the world, or metaphysically for that matter. So I started that journey. In fact, one of the early techniques I did was just to stand in front of a mirror and look in my own eyes. I'd literally look at myself in the mirror and just like an open-eyed meditation, stare in my eyes. And as I did, my vision would start to shift and I'd find myself looking right here. Literally my eyes would start to all of a sudden just naturally look right here. I didn't try to do it. In fact, I didn't even know about the seat of the soul at the time, or the meditation technique we teach. I didn't even know about that then. It just happened as I'd staring in the mirror. I'd find something inside of me spiritually would lift up, and then I'd start seeing this white light just fill the room. And naturally, I was looking here, and sometimes my face would white out. And all I would see is maybe my eyes, but nothing else, not my body, nothing else in the room. So I knew it was like, wow, I move into that real spiritual vision now just doing that. And what is that white light? And eventually, sometimes, if we awaken enough, we'll literally see the face of the soul, the child of God, looking right in our own face in the mirror. But when it expands to the spiritual self, we'll begin to see that greater truth of who we are. I used to call it soul face. Jim always said, called it one face. You'd see the same face on everybody, and that's the face of the soul or the child of God. It's this beautiful, radiant light of spirit. And so I started waking up and seeing that, which was amazing, of course. But that's what began now, the next level of the journey of going deeper within and now looking at myself on all levels, not just spiritually, but all the different levels in me. But that's what began now, the greater journey, a greater awakening now to start moving through all those protections, defenses, and identities of the ego and watch them starting to crumble down. And that wasn't easy a lot of the time. And other times it was. It's fantastic. It was such a relief to let go of a lot of the things that I had built up, that were these protections, defenses, because they were creating a lot of my reactions and disturbance in the world. And all my relationships, friendships, and my life definitely transformed. But I also found myself moving into a much greater freedom and joy and an openness. I just started being more open and honest and vulnerable with people. And it was such a nicer way to live. Again, like innocent children. That, children can just meet strangers and just be open and talkative and sharing and like that. I started finding myself moving into more of that state of beingness. And it just happened as I kept the meditation, doing the LAF work. It just naturally started showing up more and more, that spiritual essence and the inner transformation took place. Yes, I worked at it as well. I did the meditation, but I practiced LAF and forgiveness processes. So it was both this inner and, if you want to call it, outer process of like the outer spiritual kingdoms as well as the inner kingdoms, right? It's all going through within, though, to access all of it. So my own journey of moving into that being born again. And I remember one of the experiences I had as I was truly waking up on the inner levels to more my soul essence, moving into that child of God in the soul realm. I remember at one point there was this spiritual being with just this joy and childlike nature running through this area that I was in saying, the baby angel is coming, the baby angel is coming. And I knew it was about it was announcing me showing up as that child of God, the baby angel, the baby soul, the child of God, the Christ child, the baby. So that was my spiritual awakening. And it was so wild to hear it literally being announced with joy as I was coming home or into that state of consciousness in the spiritual kingdoms. So it's quite the journey on many levels. And this is before even the spiritual marriage we share about in here, of the divine spark here returning into the soul realm where our soul is full, whole, and complete and perfect. That's the greater union, the divine communion, the spiritual marriage, which I'm not going to go into today, but that's now really the greater spiritual action of freedom and liberation that we're doing here on this path to sound and light with initiation. But right now I'm really just focusing more on that being born again, becoming more awake and aware to the child of God that we all are. And that process that we go through of transformation. But I hope the message is clear. It can be gentle, it's natural, it's not hard if we really just focus on the loving and that blossoming and just allowing the loving to strip away all those things that we've built up over the years of self-identities in the world and ego positions and protections and defenses. Just to literally let go and let God down to the pure basics and simplicity of really what it is to walk this path of loving, of light and sound. Well, I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, and if Jim would like to share,
Yeah.
and we'll go from there.
I would like to share. It's funny because I had a meditation early this morning, very much based on what you're talking about. And it just brought me back to an innocence within me, and it brought me back to the reason I have continued to do this service, this action, since my childhood. This morning in meditation, I was looking over my life, and as I was looking, I realized at the age of 5, when I first met with God and was told I was going to do God's work, um, that moment has stayed with me all my life and has always been my my inspiration and my reason for what I do. And I've not really strayed from it very much. I've been tempted to. Other people in the world have tempted me into trying to do this and go this way, but in truth, I can tell very quickly when I'm not on the movement forward on that basis of what happened in my childhood. I can tell I'm off track. When I was 5 and I had my spiritual experience, God really came in and was with me very lovingly, very close, very personal. And ever since then, I will go back in my own memory of that event to reawaken, to bring forth that alive energy of union and oneness in God so that I can be in that in my daily life and in my daily meditation. And I've always approached God in that childlike quality because that's how I found God in the first place. And I realized later on that the mind will get in the way if it can. I started getting very interested in trying to read about different religions and different belief systems and about the stories of Jesus and Christianity and just so on. And I found the more I read about all that, the more my mind got complicated, not simple. And it began to try to approach God in a very complicated way and as a emotional and mental process rather than just the innocence of loving. And so I learned in my late teens, early 20s, that I really needed to maintain that simplicity, that loving simplicity as a child, to maintain that communication with God the way I had when I was 5 years old and during that period. And it's always worked. As long as I can go back to that childlike innocence, that childlike quality, I find that God is just right there. I don't have to look for God. I don't have to understand God. I don't have to figure things out. It's all right there. God is loving. That's it. God is loving. How many times have we heard it if we've gone to churches? How many times have we heard it during the time of holidays and holy days where they talk about God and about Jesus? It's God is loving. And that's really what I found as a child, and that's what ever brings me back to God, is just entering into that loving. And in that loving flow, I open, I awake, and there is the presence of God once again. It'll show up in many different forms, but it's always there. So throughout my life, I've always referred back to that moment when I was 5 and all this began. And it's always served me very, very well to remind myself, God said keep it simple, and so I'm going to keep it simple. I'm not going to complicate it. I'm not going to let the world complicate it. I'm not going to put all these other things and statements that people say on what I believe and what I'm doing. I'm just going to keep it very simple. God and I are in loving with each other. And in that loving, I stay awake. I get to have the experience of God right with me now. Always, always, always. Oftentimes I've just said, all you have to do is look up and there's God. And that's true. When you do the meditation, when you wake up in your meditation, all you have to do is look up and the loving is there. And it's not mental, it's not complicated, it doesn't have rules and regulations to it, it is just loving. That's all God wants, is to be in loving with you and you in loving with God and merge together in that loving. And that's the storyline of my life. It really is. It started at the age of 5, 72 years ago almost. And I'm still doing it. And it was amazing when I was meditating this morning and all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, 72 years. It just doesn't seem possible that, one, that I'm this old, but two, that I've been doing the same thing almost every day. I can't say every day, but almost every day in a simple way of loving God and letting God love me. That's amazing. I have to say that's amazing to me that I've done it. But really and truly, that's all I know. That's all I understand. I knew that as a child, and I just continue doing what I know that works for me, that is true for me, is living that which I learned 72 years ago. And I will continue to do it, I'm sure, till the day I take my last breath in the physical body. And then I'll merge back into that greater loving in a wonderful way. But I can merge into that loving simply by going into meditation, simply by looking inward and upward, simply by focusing on God and letting God in. And that's a big key, letting God in. You know, as long as you don't let God in, God's not going to force himself on you. God will not come in and interrupt you in your life journey. But if you invite God in, God will come in. I know that so well. I remember in my teens, I was a little bit rebellious and I kept thinking, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And I could feel God right there, but God didn't intervene, or anything. God just was right there. But I just pushed my way in the world. I tried to do things a certain way in the world, thinking this is how it had to be. And it wasn't until I finally gave up that God was there and said, do you want me to be of assistance? And I said, I guess, I don't know. I'm lost. And God said, then let me find you. Let me help you to find yourself. And so then I started my prayers again. I had been rebellious and holding back on that. And up until I was 18, I didn't know anything about meditation. I was just praying all the time, talking to God, God talking to me talking in prayer, and then going into silence and just being in the loving. And that's what meditation is. So for me, it has been very valuable to always bring forth that meditation in my life. And like I said, there's been times where I haven't meditated as religiously as I could, as disciplined as I could. But through that, I learned a lot by not doing the meditation because I realized what separation from God felt like. And I felt the struggle that comes in with not having God as a partner. And it's funny, the world makes it so hard on us about all the things we have to be and all the things we have to do and all the things we can't do and all the things we can't be in order to be at one with God. It's not that way at all. All we have to do is just realize that you're a child of God and become that child. Become that child and approach God as a child. When you look at a child, when you look at a baby, and they look up at the parent, there's not a lot of mental stuff going on. There's not a lot of emotional stuff going on. There's just loving. The loving of the child to the parent and the parent to the child. And that's what we are. We are children of God. And we are looking up to our parent. God is the creator of us. And God is ever present with his creation to assist us, to help us, to awaken us, and to bring us back home from where we came. We were the rebellious group. We left home at an early age, thinking we could do it ourselves. I can become something better than this. And now it's time to stop rebelling. Now it's time to relax into the loving that's there. That's all there is. There's nothing else, folks. It's just loving. And that's what we have to relax into. That's what we have to become aware of and let go of all the other that keeps getting in the way. God wants everything for us. God wants the very best for us. But we have to stop and think, is the very best for us a new car, a new house, a lot of money, whatever? Or is there something more that God has in store for us? And what God really has in store for us are blessings, is grace, is loving, and all that comes with that. And all that could come with it is the money, the car, the house, the whatever. But you want it to be from the real source, the true source. God first and God only, I say. I've said that since I was 5 years old, and I never even understood that. That's just what God told me. And so I've said it. And it's funny what people will do with just a little statement like that. Because their mind can't wrap around it, their emotions can't really understand it. They don't know how to express that. How do you put God only when you've got all this other out here? You've got a husband, you've got a wife, you've got children. They want to be first. And yet I'm saying God only, God first. But when I looked at it as I was growing up, I realized that I can do that very, very easily. All I have to do is look up inside in the start of the day. And as I go out into the day, I can see the God in every one. I can be aware of the God in every one. And so when I make them first, I'm making the God in them first. Not the personality, not that which is of the world, but the soul. Their soul is first. Your soul is first to me. That's why I do this work. That's why I go forward and share. I talk to the souls of people. I'm not trying to talk to the mind. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything in the mind. I am just talking to that place inside of you where God dwells. and where God's loving dwells in you, that you might begin to know it, to sense it, to feel it, to be aware of it, and let it truly begin to be God first. But it's just so funny. I've listened to people try to describe to me what they thought God first and God only meant. And it's amazing what some people will do with that statement. They make it so complicated. I had one gentleman who had gone through the Bible and gone through these different texts and found all this stuff about how we should be putting God first. And it was a mess. I hate to say it, but it was a mess. It was all a mental approach to God. Well, that's a nice way, I guess, but you have to stop and think. The mind can't enter into the realms of spirit. We are physical, we are imaginational, we are emotional, we are mental, and we are unconscious in the physical form. And those physical elements of ourself only dwell within the physical realm of this creation. They can't go higher. They can't experience that which isn't a part of them. And the soul is not a part of them. Those elements are of the physical creation. They go along with the physical body. And so you can rise up to the very top of those elements of self, which would be the unconscious. And from there you can look up and you can begin to see the light of God, but you can't go into the light of God. You can't approach it from that aspect of self, which is the etheric form. The only way that you can approach God, that you can be with God and know the loving of God, is to do it through the soul. Because the soul is a part of the soul element, the spiritual element, the God element. And it's the soul that can wake up into God. It's the soul that can stand before God. It's the soul that can talk to God and listen to God. And it does. So don't approach it from the physical elements, because you'll never achieve what you're longing for. You want to do it from a spiritual viewpoint and rise up above all these elements of lower self. That's why we ask you to look up and see, let the journey begin here at the seat of the soul, above all the physical elements. If you do it through the mind, if you do it through the emotions, if you do it through your imagination, you're not going to get to the highest point that you're longing for, which is God. Because these elements of the lower self aren't a part of that creation and aren't a part of God's nature. They are a part of the physical nature of the body. That's why I'm always talking to people about the seat of the soul and beyond. Wake up, wake up, wake up, and don't go back to sleep. People are asleep in this world. They can get up to this point, but they can't get beyond it. And everything below the seat of the soul is a state of sleep, a state of being unconscious to that which is true in the spirit. And yet that's what we long for. We don't know what we long for sometimes, but we're longing for something, and we're ever running around the world trying to find it, but we don't find it in the world. And we don't find it in these physical elements of the world that are a part of ourselves. We can find a lot of things in there if we just pursue the physical elements, but we don't find the truth. we don't find the loving, we don't find the simplicity, and we don't find God, the Creator. I've had so many experiences in my life. Oh my God. I've shared a lot of them with people, but there's a lot of them I've never shared. And I know people have a hard time believing that that could be true, but it's true. I've got a lot more that I can share that you have never heard because they've been more deeply profound to me. And I've never really shared them before because I've never thought that it was necessary if I just kept it simple and keep it focused on God. But I'm going to share a story with you that I think you'll find quite interesting. I'm not going to give you all the details because you don't need all the details. But I was on a trip with a group of people, and we were going to a lot of different places. We had been to Egypt. We were now in Israel, and we were heading for Greece after that. And while we were in Israel, we visited a lot of sites, what they call holy sites. It's interesting to walk into some of these sites, both in Egypt and in Israel, that are called holy, sacred, special. Some of them are real, and some of them are not. I've walked into sites in Egypt as well as in Israel that are true. They're the true site that the storyline around them are. And then I've walked into some, and I look around, and there's no true spiritual essence there, but there is a sense of sacredness. And I figured it out, but at first I was wondering, what is this? What is this? What is the sacredness that I feel, but yet it's not true. It's not real. It doesn't really hold the essence that people think it does. It doesn't have the connection to the storyline that they've attached it to. And I meditated one time in one of these sacred sites in Israel. And as I was meditating, I heard inside, what you feel here are what people have placed here as sacred. This place was not sacred before. It had no connection to any storyline of any spiritual journey or quest or action. But it was told to people that it was a sacred place, that this is the place of a storyline of sacredness. And so people would start coming there, worshiping it, loving it, putting their sacred energy into it. And that was what I was feeling, that which they had put into it to make it seem like it was sacred, to make it holy, to give it a presence. But in truth, when I would look up, there was nothing there. It's what mankind had created, not what spirit had brought forth. And then I would go to other sites, and I could see very quickly the sacredness that was there. A storyline unfolds in certain places, and it creates a life of its own in a way. And if you're sensitive to it, you can go in there and experience it for yourself, that sacred energy. I'm going to share with you a story. I'm not going to give you the whole story, but I'm going to give you an understanding of just how real this can be, how true it can be, and leave it up to you to decide for yourself. And I'd been in Jerusalem. We were visiting the sacred sites of Jesus, if you will. All the sites that where Jesus had preached, was baptized, and so on. And we went this day into Bethlehem, where Jesus was supposed to have been born. And I say supposed to have been born because I did not know for sure. I had to go into each site and find out if it was true, a true site, a true sacred place, or was it something that man created in themselves and made it a sacred site. So we were in Bethlehem, and we went into the cathedral where it was supposed to be the birthplace of Jesus. And I didn't approach it as doubting. I just approached it as witnessing. I wanted to witness what the storyline was. Was it all man-made, or was it really spiritually based? So I began walking through the cathedral of the birthplace of Jesus, looking around, trying to see what there was of a sacred energy that would let me know that this is actually the place of the story, where the story took place. As I look around, I began to see flashes of gold, flashes of purple, flashes of yellow, flashes of light, white light, all these colors. That began to tell me that that had something more of a sacred energy, if you will, an energy of truth to it, rather than of mankind putting something into it. And so I walked around, I looked around, I was with the group, and we all were doing much the same, but they were investigating other parts of the church and other things. And then we were supposed to go down to the birthplace of Jesus. I think it's called the Holy Sepulchre or something. And it's down in the basement in a cave that they've now really made into a church structure. So we went down there and we looked at the birthplace, and people stayed there for a while praying on their knees or in a pew. And then they started going back upstairs. And what they experienced, I don't know. But I could see that there was an element of a gold and white light at the place where they had it marked as the birthplace. And that told me that there was some truth here, that this was most likely the place where Jesus was born as Jesus. So we all finished up, and I started going upstairs with everybody. And as we were going upstairs and walking really towards the door to leave, all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, but out of an altar, really, it was an altar very nearby, this child just ran up to me and grabbed my right leg and just held on to my calf. And it looked up at me, just smiling. And I'm looking around trying to figure out, where did this child come from? Where are the parents? And then the child talked to me, and I knew right away that this was the baby Jesus. I'm telling you something that was very sacred to me right now, that you might understand better the simplicity and the innocence we have to live in order to really wake up to God. So as soon as I felt the energy, I sat down in a pew nearby. I just sat down and I cried a little bit. I laughed a little bit. I was just so joyful to be in this presence. And the child climbed up on my lap and sat in my lap. It was just like he was really physical, but I know he was really spiritual. And he sat there and he told me a few things I needed to be aware of. And I was always aware of these things from time to time, but I needed just to be reminded. And he said, "You are a child of God. That's all you are in this world. You're nothing more, you're nothing less. You are a child of God. And you want to remember that, and you want to approach everything as a child of God." I'm a child of God, he said. You're a child of God, and everyone here in this cathedral is a child of God. And everything and every soul in the world is a child of God. Approach God as a child, not as the adult that so many people do. And you will know God. You will witness God just as you're witnessing it now. And then he told me a few things that I'm not going to share because there's no need to. This was something very personal for me. Well, the whole time I'm sitting there, the whole group had gone back to the bus, and they're sitting there waiting for me because I'm the last person to get on the bus so that we can go on to the next site. Well, I wasn't thinking about the world or anything about any of that. I was just sitting there being in the presence. And all of a sudden the child said to me, "Okay, I'm going to go now, but I'm as close to you as I am right now. I'll be always as close to you as this, because I am of God and you are of God. And if you are in God, you are in me. And if you are in me, I am in you." So as I was kind of finishing up the whole process, in came the leader of the trip, looking around through the church and the grounds trying to find me. And he walked over and he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "You're late. We've got to go or we're going to leave you behind." And I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I got up and I began to talk to him as we were walking out the door of the cathedral off to the side of the church and up, what had transpired. And I don't know if he believed me, if he thought I was a little crazy. I'm sure he always thought I was a little bit crazy on this trip because I was telling all kinds of stories. But I kept talking to him about this, but I just kept crying. I kept crying all the way back to the bus. And I'm sure he's looking at me like, "Oh boy, we got a problem." Because I was just so much in the loving, not in the present moment of the world. And I'm sure it was hard for him to comprehend. But we got back to the bus. I calmed down and got on the bus, and everybody applauded. "Yay, we can go!" And off we went to our next site. And that was probably one of the most sacred physical moments I've had in this life. I've had a few more, but that was one of the most sacred, to spend that much time with the baby Jesus, if you will. I had several more on a trip to Assisi. I've had some in Rome. I've had some in my very own home here back in Texas. I've had a lot of them. But this was one that's very special to me, and I thought I'd share it with you because it's really about staying in the innocence, staying childlike. Don't complicate God. Don't complicate your soul. Don't complicate the relationship between you and the physical and you and the soul. Keep it simple, keep it open, keep it vulnerable, and always keep it based in loving. Love the physical elements. Love your physical self. But also love the soul that you are. And know that that's the truth of who you are, not these physical elements, but the pure innocence of soul. the pure loving of soul. That's who you are. That's what I've always found since I was 5 years old. And that's what I found that day in Jerusalem. The story wasn't any different than any other day. I was told God loves me as I love God. And it's to always stay in that flow of loving. And I will know God, and God will be in me and be able to serve in me and through me. Well, you serve in many ways as well, with your family, with your friends, at work. I found some of the greatest service I've ever done was at work, when I would be serving people, helping them to frame a picture, helping them to mix a certain color of paint so that they could paint their bedroom or some part of their house. Helping one lady who came in who approached me. She was waiting, actually. She waited for a while because I was busy with a customer, but she waited for a while and then she came up and she said, I don't think you can help me. Nobody's been able to help me with this that I'm looking for. But do you have any empty boxes? I've got to move today. My husband and I are divorcing. We're separating. And I've got to get out of the house. And I need some boxes. And I said, well, we got a lot of boxes back there. Let me see if I can find some empty ones. Well, I went back and the trash people had already picked up all these boxes that we had in the container back in the back for them to dispose of. So I walked back through the building and I went, there's no reason I can't make some boxes for her. So I started opening up all these boxes that contained paint, cans of 1 gallon paint. And I pulled the cans out and I took the box and I stacked the cans back up where they had been in the box. And I just did that over and over and over till I had 6, 7, 8 boxes. I have no idea how many I had. And it's funny because the boss walked by, the owner, and he saw me doing this and he thought, well, I must be getting a can of paint. But then he walked back a little later and saw me still doing it. And he all these cans of paint were stacked rather than boxes. And he didn't ask anything about it till much later, but he just walked on but he did have a question because he did ask me later. And so I carried all these boxes up to this woman and I said, well, let's get these in your car. And she looked at me and she reached up and she gave me the biggest hug. She said, you're my savior. She says, I wasn't going to be able to leave if I couldn't get some boxes to get out of this house and get away from him. And she said, you're just my savior. I have been to grocery stores, I've been all over, and nobody had boxes. And I just felt the love in the moment of just doing something so innocent, just so caring and innocent. And that's the story between you and God. It's caring and it's innocent. Years later, I was at a restaurant and this woman came up to me and she said, do you work at a paint store? I said, I did. And she said, I just got to thank you. You probably don't remember me. And I did. I didn't remember her. She said, but I have ever held you in my prayers and am so grateful for that day because you opened the door for my greater freedom. And she says, I don't understand it, but you are so much a presence of me in what I do now and I try to do for people. I try to do for people the way you did for me. You did it out of loving, you did it out of caring, and you just did it. No expectations, no demands or needs. You just did it out of love. And that's what I do now with people. I do it out of love. That's living as a soul. That's living God's loving. I was loving the God in her, and she was loving the God in others now because of that. She didn't know the storyline. She didn't know what she was really doing, but she knew that she needed to love other people the way I loved her in that moment. And she always was aspiring to that. So that's my story for the day. That's something very sacred to me, this whole little bit of a talk, because it all stirs up all that glory of God, that loving of God that is in me for you. I do this for God's loving, God loving you, the soul, and for your soul loving God. That's what I'll always do. That's what I've always done in this lifetime and in others. So do what you can to find that innocence and to stay in that innocence and to stay in that loving presence of God. That's what it's all about. All this does not matter. What matters is how much can you be in the loving with God and God with you. Okay. Well, I didn't know I was going to get into that, but that's what Spirit brought forward. So thank you all for listening to my little storyline, and I hope it brings something forward for you.
We have time. Do you want to wrap up with a little meditation like we've been doing lately?
Okay, yeah.
Got about 20 minutes left if you want, but it's up to you how long you want to do
Okay.
it. Okay?
Yeah, probably about 10 minutes or so. All right, so if you just want to close your eyes. And as you go into meditation, enter the meditation through the eyes of innocence, through the loving of innocence. And just as I went through the many sacred sites, trying to find those that were true, go inside and find that true place inside of you that would be at the seat of the soul. Connect to that seat of the soul and go into the truth. Go into the loving. Go into the living essence that's there. And know that you and God are one in that. And just live that oneness at this moment. Be in that oneness. Know that oneness. And let that oneness fill you to overflowing. So just be aware of the loving, of the grace, of the presence of God in you and you in God. And just invite God in to every moment of your life. Ask God to be present with you and to assist you in being present in God. And just begin to bring yourself present. And as you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back and we'll continue.
Actually, we'll take a break.
Oh, okay. I guess we're going to take a break.
Yeah. So it's about 3:25. So usually we take about a half an hour break. So we'll gather here at about 3:55 or 5 minutes to 4-ish, maybe 4, but about 5 to 4 we'll shoot for right now. So about a half an hour. And of course, you can write in your questions during the break, and that'll be posted, the email address to do that at info@island.org. And Tanya will be having Anahue playing as well during the break. So enjoy. We'll see you in half an hour. All righty. I guess we can jump in.
Okie doke. Let's see. Question number one. It's called Awareness and Consciousness. Howdy, boys. I'm writing to ask you for your perspective on a few questions. First, what is the difference between awareness and consciousness, or how would you define each? How is the soul, awareness, or consciousness associated with this versus the mind consciousness? Is the mind ever conscious, really? Or is it just an illusion that it is? Also, does the soul know how it is going to die in this life? I recently had an experience where I felt pure joy and heard my soul enthusiastically I wonder how I'm going to die this life. It was as if the specific outcome didn't matter, but there was an excitement for the newness of the experience. I would appreciate any clarification or insight you can provide on these topics. Much love and grace to all.
Well, Brian has a good definition.
All right. Let's see if I can do any justice here.
I heard, inside myself, I heard, we don't want justice, we want truth.
Yeah. Well, you know how that goes. I don't know if I'm going to share the truth or not.
Okay.
Hopefully it will be. Okay, so first of all, words can have different definitions or meanings to different people. Okay? For me, I use the word awareness, really dealing more at the soul. That's why we'll use like soul awareness, soul awakening. Well, even meditation will say be aware. And so we use the word here referring more to the soul and that awareness. Now, I'll also use the word consciousness at times, like if I'm doing a meditation, I'll say, let the light of loving into, and through all of your body, your consciousness, and so on. So when I use the word consciousness, okay, I'm not saying what the proper definition is or what others do, but when I use the word consciousness, I look at that as more the physical, imagination, emotional, mental, etheric. So to me, the consciousness is more the receptacle for the soul. And I've heard others refer to that too, like seeing other people doing all the stuff they do online. Use it as consciousness. And I know a lot of people use the word consciousness as spiritual, but I don't look at it as that way in the way other people are using it. I don't, even if they're using it for spiritual, I don't think they're realizing they're really talking about just the physical consciousness and all of its components. So that's the way I look at it. Now we can say the soul is conscious, but not consciousness. Soul awareness, being conscious or asleep. That's different than consciousness, okay? But you ask very specific questions, so I'm trying to be specific here. So that's the way I look at it and refer to it when I share. And again, you may get different definitions depending on who you talk to. That's what I meant by justice instead of the truth. So it just depends on how you define it. But for practical purposes in here, at least with my sharings, Jim can give, the way he works with it, but that's pretty much a lot of how I look at that. Okay. As far as the dying part, that's great. The fact that you had all this joy, I mean, that's phenomenal because to me, that's really letting you know the freedom you're awakening to inside. And death, to me, it really is just about the physical consciousness, the mind, emotions, body here, the ego structure, to set the soul free. And when there's true freedom, there's real joy. There's not fear. So that's what I hear inside of you with you sharing what your experience is about, even asking how you're going to die, or the thought of it, or whatever that is that stirred in you. Is that really that greater freedom in you and that joy coming up, realizing that whether that's death physically of the body or death of karmas, which of course can be the body, that the soul is more awake and aware in you now, and that freedom is what joy to me is representative of. Okay? I think I answered
That's pretty
all
much
that
how
I
I would
remember with
answer it.
that.
That's how much I would answer it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to add anything now?
Not really. No, consciousness to me is about the physical, and awareness is you can have awareness within the physical or awareness in the spirit, and it's no. So
That expanded it right there, because you can have consciousness awareness as well as soul awareness.
Right.
So that expanded the word awareness.
Okay.
So I like that. Keep going. You got
no
more?
that's how I would put it,
Okay.
just very simply. And I like the question about dying and all of that. It really death is not what the human consciousness makes it out to be. It's a transition. It's a transition from one realm to another, from one dimension to another, however you want to put it. But it's just kind of waking up into a higher place and moving there, letting go of the lower. So I like that you're approaching it the way you are.
Did we get all that, Tanya, or is there anything more in there that we might have missed?
Yeah, I was glancing back just to see if there was anything else. No, I think you answered all of it.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next one. This is called Innocence and Loving. Jim, your sharing opened my heart back up to when I was a child, and it answered what I've been seeking my entire life. Thank you for opening yourself to us with such innocence and vulnerability. I will live this day and every day forward approaching God as an innocent child of God that I am, not the adult, and do take action out of innocence and out of love, living the soul that I am. So simple, so pure, so true, so profound, so life changing. With all my loving, thank you.
Wow. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Okay, the next one. Hold on to your hats. This one's a long one.
So we'll take it in sections then if we need to, as far as questions, okay?
Okay. Alrighty, perfect. It's called Experience with Brian as the Radiant Form, Meditations, and Cat Poop. Very cute. Dear Brian, Jim, and Tanya, wow, wow, wow. Jim's story was so beautiful and powerful. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting us on the journey. I have great love and gratitude for all of you. Since I downsized to a studio apartment, my roommate, the cat, has been a bit of a distraction for meditation. First of all, in the early mornings after I start to meditate, the cat goes to her litter box and poops, followed by jumping on and off my lap and crunching on food. Jim and Brian's voice must be triggering for letting go because at the start of this meditation today, she went into the pan and pooped. And even though it was not morning, maybe because my nose is stuffed up, I didn't need to get up and scoop it out right away and was able to meditate. At a certain point, I felt the mind slip away and saw blue lights and bright colors. I speak in light and color. I had an experience of being drawn to art because it gave me an experience of something beyond the physical and realized I do that now. I then became a little girl and said that my shoulders hurt. They do something in the world, and I am wondering what that means. Let me rephrase that. Let me look back. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Hold on. Let's see. I had an experience of being drawn to art because it gave me an experience of something beyond the physical and realized I do that now. I then became a little girl and said that my shoulders hurt. They do something in the world, and I am wondering what that means. So I guess we'll stop there before we move to the second
Yeah,
paragraph.
to me, the shoulders have to do like shouldering the weight of the world. If the shoulders hurt, it tells me that you're carrying some burdens of the world that comes more at the adult self. This is where becoming the child again really helps because children don't carry the burdens of the world because they don't have that sense of responsibility due to the belief systems that we've been taught as adults. And that's why it can be very powerful to move into that innocence and vulnerability of a child. And the child just does. It takes action. It creates. It loves. And if we can approach even our responsibilities that we may carry as burdens with a childlike innocence, then they no longer become burdens that are weight on our shoulders to cause the pain, but rather we're just handling things more of the joyful, playful nature of the child, but yet taking action. And that's really all that's required for responsibility is just taking the action, taking care of things. It doesn't require getting stressed out, feeling like it's a burden or a weight, all the things the adult mind and belief systems would make it to be. That we put on ourselves. It is what it is. And to a child, it's neutral. They don't view things that way. But as adults, we do. We just make it complicated, make it as a burden, so on and so forth. So to me, that's what the shoulders would be saying is you've just placed the weight of the world through the beliefs, the thoughts, the feelings on yourself, which places, I don't want to say undue stress because that's where our karmic lessons are. So it's not undue, it's just let's undo the stress that we caused, and that's fulfilling those karmas. And that's done through the childlike approach.
That's good. I like that.
I do too.
Yeah.
Wow, that was really profound, Brian. I just want to make sure because I wrote a little bit of it down because you said it, and then my mind went, wait a second, write it down. Did you say that the innocence of the child doesn't look at responsibility as a burden? That's more of the adult consciousness?
Correct. You got it. Think
Wow,
of it.
that's
Look at,
amazing.
yeah, look at children. They go through life, but they take action. They get up out of bed, even if the parents have to discipline them. They still get out of bed. They still do the day. They still have the meals. They still do what they need to do in the world. But they don't carry a sense of burden of the world. They just get up and do. They do, just like our cat. Just like the cat, it's childlike. They just do, but they don't have the burden of responsibility. And if we can approach life as taking action, that's a nicer way to even take the word I know we say take responsibility for your thoughts, feelings. Take the word responsibility off if we associate that with burden. Use a different word, like just take action, take care of things, just do whatever you need to do to take care of things. That's being responsible, but take off the stress and like it's a burden, and it changes everything. I go in and out of that. I have definitely felt burden at times, and boy, it sucks the stress it causes me. But boy, the times I'm just living life and loving, I don't feel the burden, but yet I'm handling all my responsibilities, but I don't feel the burden of it all. And I go in and out of that to this day. So the difference is wonderful. And I'm sure most of us have had those experiences in and out of that. But if not, experiment. You know, I like to experiment. And today's talks around that childlike innocence is definitely a way to approach to see if we can start moving into living life that way.
Wow, that's very profound for me. So thank you for elaborating on that. So thank
Sure.
you. Okay, this is the same person. We'll just go into the next section. It says, a few nights ago, Brian showed up in my dream as the radiant form. He wasn't 9 feet tall, but looked like a beautiful sculpture. I had a dream that I was going to see Brian for counseling. There was a big line of people wanting to talk to him. There was a secretary at the desk screening people. I was about to give up before there were too many people who needed real help, and I just wanted to visit. Brian invited me into his arms. He looked different, younger, with long flowing hair. I instinctively kissed him, and I pulled back, apologized because it seemed inappropriate. He said that it was good and kissed me back. All those people were looming around, and space was made for us to be undisturbed. I was still in Brian's arm, and an ugly man came in who threatened us with a weapon. I stood up, took the weapon out of the man's hands, and said to Brian, "It is only a pen." Then I told the ugly man, "Get out and do not come near me again." I am wondering if the ugly man was Cal or refers to something in the world. I have been trying, I have been trying internet dating, and I am trying to bring God into it. And I don't even know what that means or how to do it. But I am noticing that I dispatch people more quickly when I see it is not going to work. And I spot scammers before I get alerts about it and tell them to leave me alone. I am doing more rejecting than dating, but I am still open through the process. I wonder if the ugly man using the pen as a weapon could refer to scammers because they use writing as a weapon. Laugh out loud. One of the tales with scammers is they talk about God. I have also had some dreams. Okay, let's stop there and we'll go into the next section.
Um, so one, I think part of this is relating to working through um, what you're doing around the dating, because that. Well, let me just say this. So the radiant form is there to work with us on inner levels to assist us through whatever those areas are, the karmically that we're working on. And with dating, you know, you'd look inside often when we do that, we're looking for companionship, but what is it really deeper, but looking for loving, a place to be loved and a place to give love. And so if we look at that deeper premises, to me, that's what the Radiant Forum we're sharing with you is that action of loving and being loved, and that it's all okay. Because spiritually, we need to take off any judgment or fear of what's appropriate or inappropriate and just realize it's all loving, it's all accepting. And again, forgiveness is only there when needed for when we've placed a judgment on that. And so if anything, I would say that's supporting you and realizing, and also just like you saw the line there, that when we love ourselves and make ourselves more important, then it'll be reflected in our consciousness and in our experiences. You allowed that space inside of you for the radiant form of God's loving to be present with you. So that's part of an inner reflection of what you've allowed inside of yourself. And it's also a sign, in a sense, showing you that you're letting that loving inside, okay? The ugly man showing up, yes, it can be Cal, but Cal usually uses different images or things to reflect within our own consciousness. To me, the ugly man probably represents something in your own consciousness that you're working through in all this dating. Like you mentioned, the scammers and those out there that would lie. To me, the ugly man would represent the lies, the scammers, and those things that you're facing going through this process. But on a deeper level, they can also represent parts of you that you're looking at and moving through and rejecting, so that you don't take those on and feeling like you've got to lessen yourself just to get somebody's love. In other words, you don't degrade yourself or you don't love yourself less to get somebody else's love. And to me, the weapon is a pin like that. Well, I look at pins as like for bursting bubbles, right? Well, one, a pin in this case isn't something that's going to kill you, but it is something that can cause a little pain, but sometimes that's what it feels like when our bubbles burst. So I'd look at that's again my definition. If it fits for you, great, but if it doesn't, if you can get the gist of what I'm saying, seeing what that pin symbolizes for you and your consciousness, okay? So a pin to me is something like for popping, like bubbles, or, as well as sticking things together like sewing. But in this case, I'd look at it as more of popping a bubble or something that is going to burst or kill off or reject or whatever that you described, what you went through in the online dating, as well as what's moving through in your consciousness of what's ugly and what's loving. That's how I would interpret that, okay? Again, even with my interpretation, if it fits, wonderful. If something doesn't fit totally, then use that to look at, well, what do these symbols mean to you? What does it speak to you? Since it's your dream, and Spirit will always use the symbolic language that'll speak to us. Even if we don't understand it, on another level, we do understand. Okay? Anything else you would add?
Oh, it was nice. That's very good, clear.
Well, I guess I'm doing good today.
Yeah, you are.
Good questions, though. I really appreciate when people write in like this. It really helps all of us to begin to start to see how to get a better idea to even interpret our own dreams. That's why I hope when I go into details like this, I hope people don't just hang on to the specifics that I'm sharing, but get the general message. If we can begin to have at least a little understanding of symbols in our own dreams and in our experiences, you'll begin to take like what Jim and I share as a template or an idea of how you can begin to work that for yourself and your own dreams and inner experiences, as far as the symbols and what Spirit's trying to communicate with you to really support yourself better.
Beautiful. I have also had some dreams related to moving on. I dreamt that my ex-boyfriend was secretly living in my art studio. I heard, how are you going to move on if your ex is living in your basement? I think the basement is my unconsciousness.
Yes, very good. Very good. That's exactly it. So,
I ran into him in life a few weeks ago at an event that I was likely, let's see, that I was likely to go to, but one that he would not normally go to. He was on a date. Last night I dreamt that he brought the date to the pool to swim in my pool. A couple of weeks ago, oops,
hang on
sorry.
a sec.
Okay.
This is another good one of that earlier question of consciousness and awareness. So, a pool can represent our own physical consciousness. And water in our personal consciousness can often represent emotions. On a higher level, it can represent spirit, but in this case, I would say it's dealing with your own personal emotions because it's a pool, and you said your pool rather than the ocean of loving or the sea of life. This is your own little pool or little sea of life, dealing more with the emotions of this past relationship. Okay, so wonderful symbology here. And sorry to interrupt you, Tanya, but this is really good stuff to look at the symbology here and what that can be speaking to us.
Yeah, no worries. Great. Let's see. A couple of weeks ago, I had a meditation experience that I lost my magical powers and had to go on a plane to get them back.
That's good. Well, I'm going to break it down here again. I'm loving the opportunity. The plane is a vehicle of spirit. It's like we just say, all you got to do is get in the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit will take you to where you need to go. Well, a plane is another symbol of the Holy Spirit. So you get in the plane so it can take you where to go, in this case, to get your magical powers. Well, to me, your magical powers are in your soul, but the soul is in the soul realm in the truest sense. So the Holy Spirit is to take the divine spark that we are in this world that, in a sense, lacks our magical powers or has minimum because it's just a spark and not the full soul in wherein we're union, where the Holy Spirit takes the divine spark here into the soul realm. So in that full union is where now our magical powers are, which is all an expression of loving. In this world, it can seem like magic, though, and miracles for sure.
Yeah, she goes on to say, I was used to having magical powers all the time. I was happy to find out I was flying in first class. I had no luggage and did not know where I was flying to. I had to walk to find a hardware store. I was carrying two long lead pipes and had to trade them for something else. When I approached the door, a dog kept circling my legs and made it hard for me to go inside. Let's see.
Well, even right there, lead pipes tells me it's in the world. Lead is often about the world. If you've heard of alchemy of turning lead to gold, lead is symbolic of the physical consciousness and gold is symbolic of the soul or soul consciousness. So a hardware store to me is saying hardware meaning the world and lead pipes part of the world. And the dog circling the legs to me is about the basic self, the animal nature in us that is ever circling around us that the soul has to work with when it's incarnated into this physical creation.
That's awesome. I am aware of grace surrounding me in little ways. My phone ended up falling out of my pocket when I was walking outside. When I called it, the manager of my local bank branch answered. When I picked it up, he helped me with a loan to pay my taxes. I appreciate all the insight into all these experiences. Much loving to all.
The rest of that dream to me is sometimes our dreams are not just symbolic, but they can literally just be working out inside of us the practical things in life. Like if we need money to pay taxes and if we need to get a loan, then there's the practical part. So that can literally be about your life. And if that's what's going on in your life right now, then obviously it's speaking very directly to what's going on. On another level, if it's not about what's going on in the world and that you've been thinking about and processing, that can often have to do with karmic debt. So if we have to take on a loan, we're taking on debt. Okay? So to me, that's saying if something inside of us we feel like we're lacking, that we've got to take on debt, to me, it says that we haven't learned yet how to fill our account, right? In other words, we haven't learned how to fill ourselves fully with the loving, so we don't have to take on a debt. But there's nothing wrong with it because that loan helps us to learn our lessons. And then at some point, though, we got to pay off the debt. That's paying off our karmic debts. And that's just fine. That's what really, technically, what every soul is doing here, what karma is. We've taken on a loan from Kellner Engine in paying off our karmic debt until we're full of loving. And that can be symbolic of literally like money in a bank account, symbolically that we're full and no longer need to take on debt. That's really saying we've learned a lot of our lessons and now we're full of loving to just keep living the loving. So I would say that this is showing you that there's something you're still learning, again, whether it's directly around money itself or more than likely something tied to the old boyfriend and around your emotions and about feeling love, or in this case, feeling a lack of love and not feeling loved, and that you're still searching to really fill yourself with loving, okay? But at the same time, you shared earlier that you didn't have any luggage. Luggage is usually symbolic of karma. But we can also be free of certain lessons and then go back into them. So you could have been free, like if this was a past boyfriend, free and clear of the lesson, but if there was still something unconsciously, as you said earlier, in your basement, where he showed up, and then the stirring in your consciousness, to me, is saying it's stirring something that's incomplete inside of you around relationships. And that'd be my guess, just because of all the information you shared earlier, that karmically there's a debt. In other words, there's something still more to learn around relationships and loving yourself, rather than needing or looking for it from other people. It's a lot of information, but I hope it's clear. Do you have
That's
anything?
clear. No, that's very clear.
Okay. If it's clear to Jim, I guess it's clear. It's clear to me. It's clear to you, Tanya?
Yes, I was going to say the part where she said, I appreciate any insights into any of these experiences. I think that was to the one that I read where it says, I am aware of grace surrounding me in little ways. I think this was an actual experience that she had where she said, in the phone falling out of her pocket.
No.
And then when she called it, the bank, her local branch manager or bank manager picked it, answered it. I think that was an actual, when she said she realized grace is surrounding her because of the synchronicity of the things that happened.
Perfect. It is. Because when you're an initiate, the grace is going to help you to fulfill your karmas. So it's letting you know that even if there's karmic lessons here that you're still learning, the grace is walking with you to support you. Just like the phone there, to like, oh, here, this is what you need right now to support you to learn these lessons and walk through this. Well, here you go. Simple as that. If it didn't show up, then you'd be like, well, God, how am I going to do this? Where's the help? Where's the support? So I hear literally the grace of God supporting you to walk through the karmic lessons and fulfill them. That's the way I would interpret that.
Okie doke. Next question. Did Jesus receive the sacred names? And if so, with whom did he share them? Will the Christ return to earth as a single entity or as a group Christ consciousness?
You want to start this one, or
Yeah,
you want
I
me
can
to?
do it.
Okay.
Jesus received the sacred name from John the Baptist. And because he was part of a community that was doing the path of sound and light. And that's why Jesus eventually went to John the Baptist to be baptized. At that point, the baptism is a sign of receiving initiation. And then Jesus took over his group of John the Baptist group and became the teacher. And so then he gave the sacred name to all those people in the community that John the Baptist had built, plus his own community, which he built. So he had built a community of 5,000 people following him, listening to him, He had 300 that he had initiated originally, and another group besides that. So he gave the sacred name out to those that were ready for initiation and asked for it. I hope that answers that.
Yeah, that was that first part. And then they asked about um, is Jesus coming again and the Christ consciousness as a
Oh,
single thing or as a group thing?
yeah, it's a group thing. It's
Right.
for everyone.
I,
The
I don't think that's how they were asking, but go ahead and share and I'll
Well,
just
it
fill
could
in
be, it's
whatever.
really individual. It's unique
Okay.
unto each person, but it's a group dynamic that, because the Spirit's trying to raise the consciousness on the planet of the people that are ready to go on. And Jesus isn't coming physically like the church is saying, because they are interpreting it as a literal, factual, physical thing, and it's spiritual. What it's saying is that Jesus came to make us aware of the Christ consciousness that we all have and to begin to stir that awake. And now it's time for us to come to the complete stirring and awakening and begin to live the Christ consciousness of each person. So, through this process of meditation, we're all waking up to our own Christ within us. It isn't about Jesus, it's about us, the individual, and who we are, and waking up to that and living into that more fully.
Um, I'm going to just share a little more because I know there's a lot out there metaphysically and a lot of people around all this. And so just put out, remind everybody, the way we share about Christ consciousness in ILM is that Christ is the soul awakened. So when our soul's awake, we are a Christed being. We're awake to the Christ consciousness or the soul consciousness. In the truest sense, that's in the soul realm when the divine spark of who we are reunites or returns into the soul realm where we now merge. And that's the spiritual marriage that we share about on this path of sun and light. That's the true full Christ consciousness when we're fully soul awake or truly knowing who we are as a child of God. Okay. Now, most people I see out there in the metaphysical world talk about Christ consciousness, and they may use a lot of the same terminology, but a lot of them don't understand where I think it gets into this group dynamic of Christ consciousness that a lot of people, and I've been there, I've seen this myself, that pretty much around the top of the mind, that's a reflection of God. People will call it the mind of God. That's really what the Lord of reflection is. He reflects that which is above. So a lot of people, what they think is the Christ consciousness in truth is a reflection of that, thinking that's God or the Christ consciousness when they're moving into it. And a lot of people are waking more up into that higher mind. That's part of the new age, the frequency change for new millennia is waking up to that higher mind, which in a sense people are calling Christ consciousness. Remember how we used the word consciousness earlier? Yeah, part of this consciousness physically. But it is the first stage of spiritual freedom. And that's a lot of the action of the blue light, by the way. So it's an important part, but it's not the finality. The true Christ consciousness is now rising above the mind and into the soul consciousness, okay? That's a differentiation we like to share here because a lot of people will misinterpret, misunderstand that, and think they're talking about the soul or Christ consciousness on the spiritual realms when it's still part of the mind. And that's a big one I see pretty much everywhere, that creates confusion that people don't even realize that that's what's happening. I just like to clarify that here in what we're doing and why doing the Path to Sound and Light initiation and meditation practice is different in that regard because it leads us beyond that part of the mind where a lot of people are focused. And a lot of people, I know there's a lot of movements out there, call them light workers and other things that talk about Christ consciousness or universal mind, thinking that that's really spiritual, where it is spiritual, but it's still in the mental level and not fully in the spiritual realms or soul level. Okay, so just to be aware there's that aspect. And if I'm not misunderstanding you, it seemed like in the question you were asking about that part as well. And if that's not clear, please write back in, in regards to that. Okay.
Okay, next one is called Sharings and More. Wow, what a beautiful sharing. What a beautiful sharing today. Love it all. I remember as a child telling everyone it's all God. Can't be anything else. Not sure how I knew that 80 some odd years ago, but today's sharing reminded me also that I've never strayed too far from that knowing, and grateful for that reminder and this path and the guidance from you both. Knowing how true that statement is so comforting, and the reminder to always return to loving it all is all I need to do. I had an experience recently that I'd like some clarification on. I was standing in front of a whitish door that had a small crack. The door had very powerful energy, and I could see through the opening a beautiful area of flowers, light, and so much more. For some reason, I reached for the doorknob and couldn't find it. Sort of like scared me, and then the experience ended. Am I scared to move forward? Question. Okay, I'll let you do that one, then she has another question.
Me too, or you?
Yeah, go ahead.
To me, that's this doorway here, the seat of the soul, the spiritual door. And there's not necessarily a doorknob on that one. This is the one when we're ask, seek, and knock. When we're chanting the sacred name, it's like the knocking. And so we're here sharing our loving with God and opening and receive God's loving. But that door and that crack you're seeing, to me, is saying that you're really beginning to open to see your soul consciousness. And when there's a lot of, sometimes it's been referred to as the far country or the high country, and that's really into the soul realm. It's the bright sun, the flowers, the green pastures. So to me, that's saying that the door's cracking open now to your soul consciousness, that you're waking up to that higher level. And you've gone through a lot of the other realms that's starting to wake up now on a higher level. And the door being white is, to me, symbolic of that too. Okay? And no doorknob there means we can prepare the place, present ourselves, but then it's open, then it's up to God to really open the door. In other words, in God's timing, according to God's will, God's grace. But our job is to just love God and present ourselves, be present, prepare the space, the place, etc. But then it's up to God to really open that door and bring us now into that promised land, that upper country that is the soul realm. And to me, that's the way I would look and interpret that, and certainly sounds like that.
Mm-hmm. Very much.
Okay, the two questions she has. The first one is the earth a living being as we are? And does astrology really affect us and this world?
Astrology has an effect, but once you're initiated, you're not a part of that effect because you've been removed from the karmic actions of the world upon people, and your destiny and your life is turned over to God and the Holy Spirit. And so astrology, once you have been initiated, is a thing of the past. It doesn't relate to you anymore. It's not a part of your destiny, your growth, your actions moving forward. And the initiation, the sacred name, that is all a part of the action.
And through the Holy Spirit as an initiate, God's grace will work with us through all of that to liberate us from it. And in truth, when you get initiated, you are free of it, like Jim was saying. But Spirit still works with the ordinariness of how things work in this world, because we are here in this world. But the difference is we're now fulfilling the lessons and karmically rising above it all, for sure. And she also asked about, does the earth Earth have a soul or a spirit or something like we
She
do?
said, "Is the earth a living being as
Living
we
being, yeah.
are?"
Yeah, it's called the Logos. It's supposed to be a part of the action of the living word. When God created, he placed God's energy into all of his creation. And on the spiritual realms, it manifests as a Logos. Each Logos manifests as a planet or a sun in the solar systems. So yes, there is a God part in all of it. And they're evolving. It's evolving just as we are. And so right now, the sun is evolving and moving towards a new point in its destiny, and the earth itself is moving in a new point in its destiny. And that's why there's so much physical shakeup and energetic shakeup going on right now, because of that movement into a higher consciousness for that Logos as well as all that are involved on the planet. When I was like 8, 9 years old, I was assigned to do a project for a science class at school. And good old me, I ended up drawing all this stuff about the different spiritual presences of the sun, the planets, and the destiny and how it moves in a spiral connection and all this. And I drew all this out and I understood it all. And I tried to explain it to the teacher, and the teacher says, well, that's not what I was looking for. I just wanted a picture of the sun and the planets and the moons of the planets. And I went, oh, okay, I didn't understand. I thought you wanted all the other. So, but I still have that drawing upstairs.
That's so sweet. It's like the innocence of the child. That's so sweet.
Well, that was my truth. I knew the truth.
That's funny.
Okay, the next question is sharing of a sacred experience. Hello, ILM community. Jim, your sharing reminded me of an experience that I had long ago. I feel even more now after your sharing how sacred it was and is. When I was 17, I made the choice to be born again. So I spent most all of my time getting to know Jesus. I was raised Catholic, and my experience until that point was more focused on God the Father, but I was drawn to the love that Jesus taught. After a Catholic charismatic conference, I was sitting in my room and staring at a picture of Jesus and pleading that I just wanted to see him. I knew that he was real and there. All of a sudden, the picture became nothing but pure light, and everything in the room was pure light. I started to thank Jesus and tell him how much I love him. Soon after, my brother and sister must have heard me because they came running towards my room asking me what happened and found me there sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. I just kept saying, I saw Jesus, I saw Jesus. It was so beautiful. Since I do not practice nor believe in the tenets of Christianity, I somewhat discarded it. But when I heard your story today about the child Jesus, it brought back how much I felt that day and how sacred that experience was and is, and how blessed I was to experience it. Thank you, in loving, your devoted initiate.
That is wonderful. That is a true spiritual experience. And it has nothing to do with Christianity or any movement in the world. That was a movement of spirit and loving between you and your soul. So that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you for sharing that.
Wow, that was beautiful.
We're all going crazy together.
Okay, let's see. The next one, discerning true surrender to God. Dearest Jim, Brian, and Miss Tanya, wow, what a beautiful class and so deeply moving. Thank you both so much. I wanted to share something that happened recently and ask for clarity because it touched a deep place in me, and I want to understand whether I navigated it in the right spirit. I found myself in a moment where I was feeling the difference between being close to God and actually surrendering to God. It made me realize how easy it is to confuse the two. Sometimes people can use spiritual language as a shield or even a weapon, and it can feel like tools meant for growth get flipped into tactics for projection instead of ownership.
Mhm.
In this experience I had with this person, in quotations, family member, it felt like I was standing in front of Lucifer, not as a literal being, but as an aspect of distortion, and that this distortion was hiding behind the image of God, using the vulnerability of the child of God, in quotations, as leverage. It felt like it wanted me to be submissive, but recognizing that distortion in someone else also made me realize that it was a reflection of an old version of myself, the part of me that used to submit to spiritual language instead of discerning truth. So instead of submitting to that old pattern, I chose to surrender to God. Not the loud, dramatic idea of surrender, but the quiet, painful, emptying kind, the kind that feels like letting go of an identity along with the sanity I had left. It was excruciating. My body shook, I couldn't get air, and it felt incredibly lonely. But at the same time, there was a strange sense of freedom in it. I'm sharing this because I want to understand, was I actually surrendering to God, or was I encountering something of the Lord of this realm and mistaking it for surrender? I know surrender is sacred, and I want to be sure I wasn't giving myself over to something false. Miss Kelsey once shared in class to let go of the image of the expectation, and that came back to me in that moment. I haven't reacted or retaliated, even though this person still has my name in their mouth. I'm simply seeking clarity because you both guide us on the sacred path, and I want to understand whether I'm seeing it correctly. I know there's no wrong, in parentheses. We're learning what not to do or what doesn't work, but I do want to grow in discernment. Is there anything you see in this experience that could help me refine my understanding of surrender and shadow, especially as I move into the next level of this lesson? Thank you for receiving this and for an insight, clarity, or guidance you might offer. Your loving initiate.
That's good. I'd like us both to have discussion on this if you're okay.
Okay.
Because that is so well written. This is what everybody goes through in any kind of relationship, even just friends, let alone spouses, let alone with kids, let alone with coworkers and bosses. This is every relationship. And to get directly to your point, if you're surrendering to that energy or to God, it's both. You want to surrender to both. Don't fear the negative or the dark. We literally have to surrender. I share this all the time. We literally have to surrender to Lucifer as well as God. Why? Because if we resist resist not evil, right? We look at Lucifer's evil, okay? So if we resist Lucifer, he's got you. If you surrender to Lucifer, resist not evil. Surrender means no resistance. We have to let go of all of our resistance. So in truth, it doesn't matter what you think you're surrendering to. You're not really surrendering to anything outside of you. Surrender is simply letting go of any resistance you have inside of you. And ultimately, it's all to God. It doesn't matter who, what, when, or where you surrender out here to Lucifer, to others, your shadow side, to anything. Ultimately, you're just letting go your resistance so you can now open to God. And God is behind it all. So you're always surrendering to God in truth. Okay? Everything else is an illusion, a shadow, a false image. But to get through that image, we still need to surrender. So do all of that. And I say this so wholeheartedly because so many people, even in the word discernment, that even in discernment, we will resist these shadows. We will react and protect ourselves from all these things, and rightfully so. In this world, it's about kill or be killed, fight or flight. It's based on resistance, but unfortunately that empowers the ego. And now it lives in fear and survival. So we have to let go of that fear and survival to open up and allow the grace of God in. So in meditation, we want to surrender directly to God. So let's take it to the next level now, okay? So when these things show up inside, we want to surrender so we don't resist. We're not in reaction. This is how we come to a place of neutrality. And automatically then we're setting ourselves free and releasing ourselves from the reaction to whatever the outer trigger or source of what we're reacting to, because really the reaction inside based on fear and judgment. As soon as we let that go, the fear and judgment, it releases us to look up to God now. So God's loving can come into us and lift us out of it. That's another way to look at it, okay? Discernment, to me, is it supports you to see, okay, what's the illusion or the shadow and what's the truth here? But what you want to do inside of yourself is still the same process. If you see the truth out here, you surrender. If you see the shadow out here, you surrender. Because surrender is going to always move you towards God, no matter what. No matter what. It's always key. If we believe the shadow or the illusion, we're choosing to live in fear, which traps the soul. Plain as that. Anytime you get afraid, resistant, reactive, judgment, fear, anything, surrender. It releases you from it. And as soon as you do, the loving washes it away, the images disappear, the expectations release, the falseness of it all disappears, and there's just loving left. Now, when we're not able to do that, then yes, use your discernment. Instead of fighting it, when you find yourself in resistance, fighting, reaction, you can't get out of it, then definitely turn to God and surrender with God first and work with that and invite God in, as well as give it up to God, invite God in so that the loving can assist you to release from your reaction and attachment to this, okay? That's what the LAF is, by the way. When we practice loving, accepting, forgiving, that's really what we're attempting to do, is to let go, to let God come in and assist us now to liberate us from those attachments. It's literally what we're really doing with the LAF. It's not a mental process, even though we can get caught up in that. We can go into the purity of what LAF is about. It's literally just assisting us to let go of our reactions, resistance, fears, and judgments so we can let God in. Okay? So look at this. Anything in the world is literally supporting you to move towards God. This is, anytime we're looking out into the world, we're looking horizontally. Anything, anywhere we're looking horizontally is all going to be part of the illusion, the shadows, Lucifer's domain. The only way out is to look up, literally. And I had a very direct experience years ago. I haven't shared in a while, but I've shared before. The main way I learned this was this inner experience. I was literally surrounded by hundreds of demons, literally a literal tornado of darkness of demons, hundreds swirling around me. I was standing on the ground, and this went up probably 50 to 100 feet above me. Huge tornado of just darkness and demons. But what's in the middle of every tornado or hurricane? The eye of the tornado or the eye of the hurricane is a tube where it's neutral. Everything's swirling around. And it was so tight, they were almost touching my shoulders, but they weren't. I was right in the middle, centered in that tube of neutrality. So none of these demons of all the stuff in the world were touching me at all. I was completely free, but I couldn't move. I was trapped. Couldn't go anywhere. If I did, I'd go right into them and get caught up in the tornado of those shadows and energies of the world. But what did I do? Well, since there's nowhere to go and I ain't going to move into any of that, I just looked up. And guess what? At the very top, it was completely open. And perfectly centered in that opening was the sun. That's the presence of God, the soul. In the soul realm, that's God. So I looked straight, it's literally a straight and narrow. Looked up, saw the sun. All I had to do was look up, and all of a sudden, as soon as I looked up and the light of God came into me and started lifting me right up through the center of this tube in the tornado. Right on out of it. That's all I had to do. Literally, just look up, and God lifted me out. What did most people do in the world? The battle of good and evil, psychic protection, spiritual protection. Get that sword of truth in your armor. Spiritual warrior. That's bullshit. And that's what just about everybody's teaching out there. Throw it all down and just look to God, and God will literally lift you right out of it. Jim and I share this from our own inner experience, direct truth. That's out of body. It's just as real as what it's like here physically. It's amazing, amazing. But it's the truth for a soul that is walking this path of initiation to go home to God. Because God lifts us out, but we have to give God the opportunity. That means we've got to surrender, we've got to let go, to let God lift us out of it, okay? Now, all of this sounds, well, let me say amazing, wonderful, yes, because believe me, it was when I went through it. But I also learned, and I said there's hundreds of demons in this tornado, right? Well, each demon, or little Lucifer, however you want to say it, each one can symbolize something in our consciousness karmically of where we are caught in the illusion, our fears, our judgments. Hundreds of them, right? In the real Lucifer and demons, they can only attach to what we have running in ourselves, that we have a charge of energy on. But when we live the loving in our neutral, they have nothing to attach to. We're karmically free. That's what this path of soul liberation is about in that sacred name. But we've got to create the space by doing the meditation, work with the sacred name, practice LAF, to detach ourselves so that God can now lift us out of it. Now we can invite God in too to assist us while we're in it. It's both. We invite God in, practice LAF, to detach ourselves, and then in that detachment, then God can lift us out of it. Right? So now let's take what I just said and now apply it to day-to-day, normal, ordinary relationships where we're in reaction with each other. Littlest thing, each of those little things, anywhere we react is a little demon in that tornado. And believe me, we all have tornadoes running around us. We're just hooked in them. We're learning to release each little demon in that tornado till we are literally in the center where God can just lift us out of it. That's karmic freedom. And that's what those of you walking this pathway are doing, okay? So now let's take that and apply it to what you just brought up and in your own life. So this, you mentioned a person out there, trigger, great, by the way, you're seeing how they're symbolic of these things inside of you that you're working with. Great start, because eventually, first off, we've got to acknowledge what's going on around us. So it starts out here. Then we've got to bring it back inside to and about ourselves, because we're the one in reaction. Doesn't matter what anybody did outside that triggered our reaction. So the first step is obviously letting go or forgiving others and bringing that back to ourselves, which I heard you did, talking about symbology and realizing inside of you. So congrats on that, seriously. Because when we do that, we begin to take our power back. Okay? When we put it out here, that's where suppression is, where we allow others to control us, where we're victims. That's where all of our karmic lessons are. Until it gets to us, we're like, had enough of it. We're going to take our power back, go through the processes like you shared. Yes, it can be painful, scary, all of that. But the nice thing is, just like you described in that, but yet it was, I don't remember if you said pleasantly freeing or something about the nice freedom of it. Exactly. Because when you let go and your loving starts coming back to yourself, you're going to start feeling the freedom. Even though you may still be shaking from having just gone through it, but that'll calm down at some point. Okay? So that's a step. Bring it back to yourself. This is you coming into the center of the tornado and letting go of the demons that have been running, swirling around you. And that's all we have to do. One by one, I don't care. And at some point, it just all whoosh, the whole thing's done. As you've heard Jim share in the past, all we have to do is our 10% and God handles the other 90%. So even though we may have these tornadoes, we only have to do 10% of that through our own LAF and learning our lessons and release that. And that's all. God takes care of the rest. Okay? So now the next step in that is looking, like I was saying, in relationships where we go into reaction, where we're triggered. Now, everybody has their karmic lessons, and the way this world works, where each and every one of us are going to project our lessons out onto the mirror of consciousness here. That means we're going to project on all the people around us, right? Because it's through the projection it can be mirrored back to us. And it's in the mirroring back that we can begin to see. In seeing that is how we learn. But the seeing is not necessarily physically. It can be through our feelings, through our thoughts, through energetic pressures, through our reactions are actually responses to all these. And a lot of the reactions always seem dark or demonic, or we always give the word Lucifer or Lucifer's helpers or whatever. And yes, like I said, there can be that, but they only have power because there's something in us that is actually that dark shadow side inside of us that we are in reaction with or attached to, that we haven't fulfilled or learned the karmic lesson yet. Okay? So by recognizing and acknowledging that, it helps us to let go of making it about another person or blaming another, which I already heard you share in your sharing begin already starting to do that. That's the first step of setting us free. Okay? And sometimes that's really the last step of setting us free. As soon as you let go of that, quite often, boom, all of a sudden in your freedom, you're going to just lift up and know and look up and God will lift you out. Okay? But if not, then there's that last step of inviting God in and surrendering, giving it up to God. And sometimes in the confrontation, if I understood you correctly, you don't say anything, you don't do anything, because sometimes a reaction of saying or doing something can keep that energy alive out here, and we have to disengage from that. Now, if we disengage out of true loving and acceptance and forgiveness, we will walk free. If we're just being quiet, but we're still in full reaction, well, it's the first step of disengaging from out here, but we still have to handle those energies inside of us. And that's where the LAF work is so important, as well as the meditation, working all of it, in other words. Okay, I'm going to take a break a sec, because I've been saying a lot. And I want to hear if Jim has anything to add, and we might have Tanya repeat some of that or something if I missed any details.
No, you're giving a lot of clarity. You know, it sounds complex, but it's not. It's very simple. And so if you just bring it back to not you, but we bring it back to our own simplicity, then it's easy. I had an experience, maybe just to show how simple it can be. You know, I always try to approach everything from loving the soul and acknowledging God in that soul. And so one time, years ago, I mean, I was probably in my late 20s or whatever, I had the experience of going down into Lucifer's level of creation, which is really into the etheric, but it feels like you're going down. And because he hides in the etheric so that nobody can find him, nobody can see him. But I knew right where he was, and I went and I walked in, and he says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I came to bow before God." And he said, "Are you acknowledging that I'm God?" And I said, "I'm bowing before God. The soul that you are is a flame of God, and I want to bow to that and honor that. I'm not honoring who you are or what you're doing in this creation, your creation. I'm honoring the God in you." And he said, "Get out of here." And I turned and I said, I can leave the etheric realm and leave you alone, but I can't get out of here because I'm here through God's will that I be in this destiny and assist people in getting free." And he said, "Just get out of here." So I left. So, you know, if we can always approach it from that loving of God in everything, whatever it is, love the God in it, and it will, you know, let go of you.
There you go. He said it a lot shorter and simpler and straightforward than everything I just said, but that's basically what I was trying to say. You always do. I use a lot of words. I take the scenic route.
Yeah, you do. Oh, look over here. Look over there. Look, look.
Well, there's a lot of details of my experience.
Oh, there is. Well, and it's very good to have that clarity. It really is.
That's probably enough what we said. But Tanya, I want you to read, and if not all of that last part, there's something I want to, and maybe we did, but I need to hear that last part again around all that. Try to clarify to bring the ordinariness and how to handle this in the world. Jim and I are giving a lot of the behind the scenes spiritual action, and really that's all we need. But sometimes if there's little details in the world to support that, it might assist us in it. If you don't mind reading that last part again.
Okay, let's see. When I start, tell me if this is what resonates. The part where it says, so instead of submitting to the old pattern, I chose to surrender to God, not the loud, dramatic idea of surrender, but the quiet, painful, emptying kind, the kind that feels like letting go of any identity along with the sanity I had left. It was excruciating. My body shook. I couldn't get air, and it felt incredibly lonely, but at the same time, there was a strange sense of freedom in it.
That's the first part I was acknowledging, that when you do start letting go and getting free of these shadows and dark things, whether you call them old patterns, karmas, belief systems, it's all the same really. So that's a wonderful first step. And it is scary. It does shake you if you're alone, because when you've been living one of these patterns for so long, it can feel lonely. And once you're separated from it, you let it go. So that's a wonderful first step. And yes, it can be excruciating and painful because it's so deeply ingrained in the consciousness. Notice I said consciousness, not soul. Still playing on that consciousness word. But that is now stepping free of a major karmic pattern to move into your greater freedom and liberation. So go ahead and continue.
Yeah, it says, I'm sharing this because I want to understand. Was I actually surrendering to God, or was I encountering something of the Lord of this realm and mistaking it for surrender? I know surrender is sacred, and I want to be sure I wasn't giving myself over to something false. Miss Kelsey once shared in class to let go of the image of the expectation, and that came back to me in that moment.
So I think we probably pretty much shared about all that, about the surrendering part, all the different
Yeah,
aspects.
but you were surrendering to God. Just so you know, I want to say it just directly, and that was a definite movement forward for your soul in where you're at now.
Okay, in the next section, she says, I haven't reacted or retaliated, even though this person still has my name in their mouth, in simply seeking clarity because you both you both guide us on the sacred path. I want to understand whether I'm seeing it correctly. I know there's no wrong. We're learning what not to do and what doesn't work, but I do want to grow in discernment. Is there anything you see in this experience that could help me refine my understanding of surrender and shadow, especially as I move into this next level of this lesson?
Yeah, that's where I think we really answered all that. Um, and wonderful. The discernment to me, another way I like to see it is just through observation. You have more awareness and wisdom of your experience. And one of the main things is just to be in loving and acceptance. Don't let your discernment lead you into an againstness or separation, or resistance is one of the main things I was trying to communicate, with that. So let your discernment be an awareness of lesson learned. I'm aware of what that is. I don't need to participate or engage in that anymore. And it's okay. Don't build a wall of againstness anymore, but rather loving empowers us. When we take our power back and we have that loving in us now, we can walk free of these patterns and they can be all around us. That's why I was trying to share my experience of the tornado around me. You can, and we do, we walk around this world, but it doesn't touch us if we're free. So there's no need to be in resistance or reaction. That's one way you know you're truly free of a karmic pattern. If there's still resistance and reaction, that's just avoidance. So we want to pay attention to, are we avoiding or are we truly neutral and accepting? When you're neutral and accepting, nothing can touch you. Okay? When you're not, you'll be in reaction. There's your indicator. It's that simple. So pay attention to that to really know where you are, and use your discernment to know where you are with that. Make it about your reaction or your neutrality. And if you're in reaction, just a little more LAF to do, a little more working with God to do. And if that person, sometimes some relationships in the world, if the other person isn't going to work with us and a loving action, sometimes you got to step away from them. Whether they have, your name in their mouth or not, it's not of your concern. Really, it's truly not of your concern. You've ever heard the phrase, what others think of me isn't my concern? It is none of my business what others think of me. It's like that. You don't concern yourself with others, and their process with you. You just concern yourself with your own loving and moving forward and stepping free of all that. Okay? And if there's somebody in your life regularly that if you can live in that freedom of your loving, if they're around or show up, wonderful. But if it is a situation where it just won't work, that's when you find a way to just move away from it. Okay? But that's part of the learning there. Whether you let go of some relationship or if you learn to transform within the relationship. And that truly depends on the other person as well as yourself, but it all comes from yourself for that to get clear with moving forward. Anything else you would add?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Okay, this is just a quick little statement from the same person in a different email, but I figured it was quick and easy and I'll just put it together. It says ILM Dictionary. Just a thought, Brian, you should write a mini dictionary slash thesaurus for the ILM website because language is such a barrier at times, and it would be awesome to have the ILM dictionary of words and their meanings. Much loving. It's from the same person.
I would love it if you'd want to take on that project and write it for us. I know there's always so many good ideas. Believe me, I'd love to do it. And actually, somebody mentioned that not too long ago, something similar to that. I said, I know, just like Jim talked about a book of dream symbols, but
Yeah.
for the reasons he discussed, I think the last time or somewhere, not to do that. So, plus, we don't mind repeating ourselves. We do it enough. Thank you, though. Plus, to be honest with you, I don't want to have somebody now start creating all these other definitions, just like this person said, yeah, people can have spiritual definitions in the language and still use it against you rather than really what it's meant for.
Right.
So in that regard, it doesn't do any good, you know, but I don't mind doing like we did today, just give our perspective of how we define or work with certain words.
Alrighty, the next one says subtle, comma, big in caps awareness. Dear Jim, Brian, Tanya, and all, happy to be with you again. My awareness came after the first meditation and the wonderful, loving talks. Thank you, Brian and Jim. During the second meditation, I began, as I had in a previous one, pondering past hurts and concerns, and with more recent ones pushing in too. I usually try to just focus upward or replacing the thoughts and feelings beneath me, letting them raise me upward. Yet this time I awakened to just loving. She said, through in all caps, through them to God. I could feel the initial love that I had for them again, and I stayed with that which led me back to God. Tears flowed and so much gratitude. Much loving to you, Jim, Brian, and all.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing. I don't know if there's anything we really need to say or answer there. That's just a nice sharing.
Yeah, it was nice sharing.
Yeah, wonderful awareness. Definitely subtle but big.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Next one says, question for Mr. Brian. Mr. Jim and Brian, it was such a joy to see both of you this afternoon. May you always be blessed with love and good health. Amen. Some
Thank
time
you.
ago, some time ago, Mr. Jim shared about an experience with cancer and his encounter with a humorous doctor reflecting how God also carries a sense of humor along with deep compassion. This time, I would like to ask Mr. Brian, do you have any stories or personal experiences with God that reflects his humorous nature, or perhaps similar experiences from other initiates? For so long, many of us have been filled with the belief that God is rigid, punitive, and without mercy. I feel that we may need a new perspective, one that allows us to see God as loving, compassionate, and even possessing a sense of humor that brings us closer to Him. Thank you for the wonderful class this afternoon. Thank you also to Tanya for reading this email, and I send my love to the entire ILM family, your loving initiate.
Well, I think that's part of the reason God created me.
Yep.
I tend to be part of that expression of God's humor. That's why I literally find joy. I have fun with things. I joke around. I try to literally bring humor into things. And I mean that. Just, it's literally a lot of just the way I try to approach and live life that way. I did the rigid and serious. You heard me back in the 90s when I was doing all this and learning about it and thinking to be spiritual was behaviors and ways of thinking. And in that rigidity, I got depressed. And, when I moved to Austin, I started moving out of that. It took me a couple years, but I moved out of that, and then my joy just started coming back. And I just found I just had to give myself the freedom, and then the joy would be there. And in joy, you find the humor. So instead of focusing on humor, I focused on the joy, really the freedom that produced the joy. And it's just a natural byproduct, so to speak, but it's who we are. The soul is not only loving and creative, it's actually joyful by nature. So by living more of our loving, joy is an aspect of that. And in the joy, well, we each have our own unique ways of being humorous or finding humor in things. And a lot of people say, when you can laugh at yourself, that's where it starts. You got to find the humor in your own self, in your own life, and you'll be able to then live that and see that in all of life around. And for me, if an example shows up, I'll share it. Right at the moment, it's not. It's really more about what I'm sharing here, that I just find more that, and just really how I live and approach life. And then it's really more part of a beingness. Because I know sometimes we can focus in humor, which is a wonderful thing, but we can also try to focus on humor as an avoidance of other things that are uncomfortable. And that's one thing I've learned not to do. I've done that in the past. I've seen others do it, that when it's uncomfortable, they'll try to bring in humor. And, that can definitely be an avoidance. When humor is used as part of accepting and working with the uncomfortable situations, then that's a blessing. So that's why I don't necessarily focus on humor itself, because I've seen it go both ways. People can use it to avoid, or people can use it to actually support the process. But that comes out of our own freedom because we've been doing the work. That's what I've learned. And the people that I see that are more spontaneous with the humor, that it supports the process, it's because they've been really working on themselves and living it. And the people that I've seen use humor to avoid the uncomfortable things, I see that because they're just uncomfortable. They have still yet to learn from that, to be able to love and accept that and forgive themselves and others. And that's okay. It's just, it's all part of it. That's what I used to do in the past before I did the inner transformation, where it's just a natural process, the joy, and then the humor is just part of the expression of joy, really. So that's really more my process, I know. As far as specific examples, I just find sometimes when like I've gone through I've had 3 back surgeries. So, I call it just pain management at this point, not complete relief, even though that'd be nice. But I've just learned to, even when I was in the hospital, I'd still laugh, even all drugged up and in pain, just find something funny, either I'd be talking to a Jim or a nurse or something. And I think it surprised some people, like, okay, I can be in misery or hurting or just gone through a surgery, but yet how can you still find a way to laugh and not take things so seriously? So, but to me, again, that's just because of the attitude, I guess, I've developed through living spirit. It just comes through as part of the natural joy, no matter what the circumstances. I've been with people literally on their deathbeds and get them laughing, or people so deep in some misery, and before you know it, we'll be laughing. Not that I'm trying to get them to laugh, it's just that I don't avoid the pain, the misery, the uncomfortableness. I acknowledge it. I embrace it. And then I find when I can acknowledge and embrace something, the loving goes in there and it opens up and frees up. And as soon as the loving, I allow it to go in there, as the loving opens, all of a sudden that freedom, there's this burst of joy that comes. And people can be in heavy tears and trauma and instantly start laughing. And it's not that I did anything, it's just that I've learned how to not avoid, acknowledge, address things, and let it be okay. And in that, God comes in. I've just learned how to prepare the place. And then God comes in. And if the person's open, they go with the process and allow God in. And all of a sudden, God lifts it. And there's this freedom and this burst of joy. And laughter is always a sign of that. But it's about total acceptance, not avoidance. No matter the situation, in the hospital, facing death, pain, emotional trauma, done all of it, literally all of it. Just amazing experiences. When I first started learning this, actually, now I do remember one good example. This was back in the 90s when I was learning all this. This was by accident. This is where I first started discovering it. I was babysitting. I was in my, I think, later 20s. This lady, she had two sons. I was actually renting a room in the house for a few months when I first moved to Santa Barbara. And she had gone out on a date with her boyfriend at the time. And so I babysat her sons. I forget, they were like 6 and 8 or something years old at the time. And, she got back, the boys were in bed. It was like 11 o'clock or something. And she came in the door. I was just, I think, watching TV. She came in crying, and she just started talking with me and sharing that they broke up. And she was just literally just bawling her eyes out, the big heartache, heartbreak, all that. And somehow she was being so vulnerable and honest and not holding back, not suppressing. When I see that, there's just this total acceptance. And so I just stood there listening in this total acceptance. And she was in acceptance, just expressing it. And all of a sudden, I felt that action of spirit that because of the vulnerability and openness, I felt this opening and release. And as soon as that was, I knew there's freedom. And boy, I felt joy come in, literally to match the level of trauma and crying she was doing. The joy was just so powerful. That was like one of those most inappropriate times to laugh. Most insensitive, inappropriate. You don't do that when somebody's in the space. Well, the joy was so strong, I literally could not hold back my laughter. I tried to suppress my laughter. I couldn't. I burst out laughing hysterically, just laughing while she is still in the midst of bawling and tears. And she was so in shock. She stopped crying, just stared at me, eyes wide open, like in disbelief that I was laughing like that at her trauma and whatever. And I couldn't stop it. You know that contagious laughter you just cannot stop, is uncontrollable? Well, after literally maybe not more than 10 seconds, it hit her and she started laughing and laughed. We uncontrollable laughter, at least 5 minutes straight, where your stomach's just hurting, you're laughing, and then another few minutes for it to finally settle down. And then when it did, we finally talked, and she's like, she literally saying, I couldn't believe you were laughing at first, but then it hit me, and I started, so we were both amazed at the laughter that came out of the process that you would never think it would out of a process like that. And I was in shock I was in shock too when I was laughing in the first seconds when she was still bawling her eyes out. But I learned something powerful there. And I paid attention to it ever since, because I found in other situations, not quite as dramatic as that, but in other situations, I'd find the same thing. When people would get honest and confess, this is where my confessions counseling class came out of, by the way, well, part of it, is that when people would confess or be true to what was going on inside of them and expressed it, they would create a space of freedom in themselves because they were surrendering and letting go. And in that surrender and letting go, it will allow space for God. And that freedom, well, the space for God, this joy would show up every single time. Sometimes a little bit of joy, sometimes a lot, depending on the intensity of what was going on. So I saw that ever since then. And little by little, I gave myself more and more permission because I realized finally what was going on. And then I didn't have any problem holding back. So I'd laugh at times, but I always followed the energy and honored and was sensitive to that so that it created the space for others to be able to acknowledge that. Just like in the Confessions Counseling class, it's where I try to support people to getting there inside of themselves because I know the end result will be their freedom and then the joy that'll come in. All right, so I hope that helped or gives some ideas about some of my experience with that and how I've just learned to live it. And I just understand and know how the process works. So I just simply try to work the process as much as I can with anybody.
You do it. You do it.
Amen.
Amen. I was excited. This person must not have been present during one of your classes where you talked about your sweaty butt crack.
Oh,
So that's definitely the joy and humor of God.
some people don't find that funny.
I know, right? Okie doke. The next one says dreams. Hello and good evening. I have been having some incredibly loving experiences and have seen that these experiences are what I have searched for all of my life. All has been inside of me all along, as Rumi said. We are searching, seeking everywhere for God, who is always inside ourselves. Getting to truly love myself has meant I have been able to recognize God in me. I have a life that now is so simple, so much ease and grace, that I wake up in the morning with nothing but loving gratitude. I just wanted to share a dream, which I wonder if you had any insights into. One was a meditation where I was in a room with a man who just kept levitating in a corner of the room, nothing more. What was very strange was that I felt a little fear of this man. It was not someone I knew, and generally I have no fear around anything, but there was definitely something I felt uncomfortable with. I asked myself what this dream represented, but nothing has come forward. I'll stop there before I go into the second one.
Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Well, the man in the corner who's levitating, to me, represents your sense of freedom, your ability to rise above situations, your ability to be neutral in situations. And I think he was demonstrating to you a part of yourself that you were waking up to so that you could begin to be aware of that inside of you.
What do you think her fear was around that?
Well, anytime there's change that comes forward, we can be very fearful. It's like, I don't know if I want to do this. I don't think I can do this, whatever. We just, change brings fear. But once we step through the energy of change and begin to allow it, then the fear dissipates very quickly because we realize there's nothing to fear.
So whoever wrote the question, if you just listen to what Jim just shared, I would say look at, because you mentioned you don't know what this is around. So if you don't know in the experience, I'd say look at what's going on in your life currently. And with what Jim said, is there anything in your life going on, in other words, physically in your life or mentally, emotionally, more accurately inside of you, that you could take the information Jim shared and apply it to that? Because more than likely, there's probably something you're dealing with in your life that you're learning to levitate. In other words, get freer from or rise above, but it's scary for you because it means change, something new or different in that regard. More than likely there is. Otherwise, we wouldn't usually have dreams like that.
And loving, accepting, and forgiving is a tool for that.
Okay, the second dream. My second dream happened when I had been awake very early. My waking times have been getting earlier recently, and I was wide awake at 2 a.m. I listened to an initiate's talk from 2025. During the talks, I was listening to Brian. Then Jim began sharing, and I found myself feeling as if I was actually with him and was trying to question Jim. All that kept happening was that I was walking behind him. I wanted to ask a question, but Jim just kept walking ahead, talking, and then I felt like he was ignoring me. I was trying to speak, but no words would come out, so all I could do was just keep following, feeling a slight frustration that there was no way to interrupt what Jim was saying. Much loving. I so appreciate you all and my own willingness to do the work and liberate myself. Your dedicated disciple.
Well, you answer that.
Well, when you're following the flow of spirit, spirit isn't going to let you bring in your poor little me or your doubts or your fears into the situation. It's just going to keep moving forward into the greater freedom and into the greater loving. And so you were trying to bring something into that through question that really was going to hold you back if you had been able to voice it. But Spirit kept you from saying it so that you could just keep walking with Spirit into some new territory for yourself.
Good answer.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Well, good. Thank you. I'm right for a change.
Okay, let's see. Let's move to the next one. I just wanted to give you a time check. It's 5:35 and we've got about including this one, two, five more. So I just wanted to give everybody a time check.
Okay.
Let's see. It says, "Hi, Jim, Brian, and Tanya. Why does Spirit use our dream state to reach us? It seems so difficult at times to interpret the dreams and symbols and metaphors that Spirit uses about our lessons or what we need to focus on, etc. Why doesn't Spirit just talk to us directly? Like, look, there is where you're stuck, and here is the lesson. Seems like it would be so much easier to learn it that way. Or is the reason why it's not done that way is because we have to be at a certain place in our spiritual growth to actually hear Spirit? It would be greatly appreciated if you could explain this, your loving initiate."
Go ahead.
Well, sometimes we'll accept subtle things, such as through a dream, but we don't accept the direct. The direct information, the direct awareness often startles us and even pushes us to move back or to hold things at bay. But in a dream, it can be subtle, it can be a hint, it can be whatever that generally moves us into the change. So it's basically we just fight what's directly in front of us and we'll deny it. But in a dream, it can't be denied because we don't really understand it all, but it's spoken on another level where we get it subtly and then it begins to surface.
Another good answer.
Yeah.
The other part is, a lot of times our minds are too cluttered as well. We're so focused on all the things in our thoughts and feelings and whatever, it doesn't allow the space for Spirit to reveal to us more directly. So that's part of it. And rightfully so, because all of our karmic attachments and lessons kind of focus us down and out. And as much as we'd like to have that direct, for the reasons like Jim said, but also because basically we got too much clutter up here, that even if God were trying to speak to us directly, we would probably miss it just because of all the other stuff in the way of it. But as you do more and clean out that upper space, and declutterize, in other words, well, then you might have some of those experiences. it's possible, but again, even if we do have the greater freedom and clarity through our mind and emotions, that it's still up to God what's going to best serve us in our soul's journey, not necessarily our ego's journey, but our soul's journey. Because I would only, man, if I think about the direct messages from God I had, they're far and few between. And even when I did, it was usually really more about really the soul's journey going home to God, more of a direct action there, not necessarily something in the world or my thoughts and feelings. It's very different than what we would otherwise usually think or want in that case as well.
Okay. The next one has a bunch of hearts in the description. It says, "Thank you, beautiful Jim, Brian, and Tanya. The meditations and talks today have been next level. Thank you for always reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of this pathway and for your continuous loving support. Seeing through the eyes of childlike wonder, what a gift. Here, always, everywhere in loving."
I know who that is. Who wrote that one? She was somebody at retreat, if you're wondering. I won't say her name just to keep the anonymity here.
But thank you for that. That's
Yeah.
nice. That's wonderful.
All right, the next one says, "Question, dear Jim and Brian and everyone. The Q&A is sparking questions. I'd like to make sure I'm clear on something. In the past, did Jim say that when people refer to their higher self or high self or higher self, they usually mean what he would call the higher mind? I've been reading The Staff of the Shepherd and how angels mirror God's light down into the world, and also that angels are like picture frames in the sense that they hold whatever picture God places into them, and they hold it for anyone who is open to receive it and take actions to help bring that picture to fulfillment in the world. Since then, I've somehow started thinking of the high self like that as something that reflects down light and holds pictures for me of what and how I could do things and that are in alignment with my soul and God. Is this an actual way to see it? I've got some associates who talk about their high self a lot, and they seem to use it interchangeably with the soul. And I know it's not. And I don't want to allow myself to get confused. And it seems to help to have a clear working understanding of it. Thank you for clearing this up, and thank you for everything in loving your initiate."
There's a lot of talk about high self out there right now. I've heard it a great deal, and it's confusing. All the different groups that refer to it and their definition. But the high self is just a part of the physical consciousness. It's not spiritual in nature. It's awakening us into a higher level of the physical consciousness, but it isn't soul. You might say it's like soul of the physical consciousness, but it's not soul of soul spirit. So it does get confusing because the definitions that people put on it from different groups are very different. And so it does get confusing, but just look inside and realize that the soul is the soul is in the spiritual realms, the high self is in the physical realms, and is a part of the physical consciousness. And it's a higher vibration of the physical consciousness that isn't so attached to the physical. And it's sort of a go-between between the soul and the physical consciousness because it's looking upward more than downward.
What about the example they gave? Do you think that's a nice example, how they kind of
Yeah.
did it the higher self, almost like the angel holding an image.
Yeah, that's very, very, very well put.
nice.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think it is.
I like that. That's actually a nice way to look at it.
Yeah,
Because it's the high self is meant to hold like the karmic destinies, the image, in other words, of the things karmically for us to fulfill. So it lays out like our journey for us to walk in this world, to learn the lessons we're here to learn. And which would be sometimes I like to call the blueprint, or like you said, to hold an image, something to move forward with. It's a nice way to look at it. And it just supports us in that way. And, the high self, at least the people, even if they're misdefining it, are doing it in a nice way, because if they look to the higher self, it's going to help take what the soul has to share and reflect it down through the physical consciousness that can help bring us into greater alignment with our soul, even though it's still a reflection. At least it's moving us in the right direction and towards really more fulfilling, our karmas. So that's always a good thing, no matter how people use it or misuse it or understand it or misunderstand it. But I like the way you've got it kind of lined up inside of you as far as the way you described it. Did we miss anything?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, this next one says dream, and this is an additional question from someone. It says, only if there's time. This dream came on Sunday night after the most recent Confessions and Counselings class. In the dream, I was at a gathering. I left the building and went to the backyard. A big, very green lawn stretched out before me. I noticed there were two big 4 square feet holes about 6 inches apart, had recently been dug in the grass. Felt the holes had a purpose, something to do with purification maybe. Then I was near a smooth wall looking at it. It had depressions that were softened squares about 1 inch deep. I brushed away the dust and the dirt with my fingers. Then I saw a small fluffy white kitten. It came up to me and let me hold it in my arms like a baby. I felt loved. I liked that I was alone in this dream. Seeing the squares reminded me that the square and sometimes circle were present when I was making art. I had read some of Carl Jung's ideas of their significance to him. In my life, I do like to have clarity, or even just shiny things to be shiny and clean. The kitten's presence was a delightful surprise. Maybe it could represent parts of me now coming forward to young-like innocence and loving. Your thoughts, much appreciated, and thanks for the question and answer about Jesus. I'd been wondering and thinking about it myself. In loving gratitude.
When I hear something like that in the yard like that, to me, I'd say that's in the yard of your consciousness inside. And sometimes I didn't hear you say anything planted, but like if it were a garden, we can plant things in our mind like belief systems or thoughts, positive or negative. But in this case, where there's these holes, one of the squares to me often represent the mind because it usually is more linear like that. Where there's circles, to me that's saying that you're beginning to open your mind. Okay, so with whatever that is cutting out, you knew it was for a purpose, but maybe you don't know just yet. To me, that might say, and I'm saying might, again, this is just an interpretation, that maybe you're carving out a place in your mind for possible new belief systems or thoughts or ideas of how you see things, how you want to see things or move forward. In other words, you could be letting go of old belief systems or patterns and now going to replace them with something new. And you're just preparing your consciousness for that. It's like you could take an old belief system that you could call a negative belief pattern and you're trying to replace it, so you get an affirmation, you make an affirmation that kind of counters it. So it's a positive affirmation of something you want to move into for yourself that's more uplifting, more loving, more taking care of and empowering yourself. It can be like that. So you're preparing the place in your consciousness to put something in there that's better suited for on your journey of awakening, is the way I would look at that. And as far as the cat, I think the cat, because you brought this up before, it's cats are often symbolic of our basic self. And a cat is usually cats are more of the feminine nature, and dogs often represent more the masculine. I say often because not always. But to me, the white fluffy cat is also bringing in more of that purity of the feminine nature that can be nurturing, cuddly like that, receptive, caring, whatever the cat would represent. And that's where it'd be better for you to really look at what would that symbolize for you. I'm just throwing out ideas because I don't want to put words in your mouth or mind thinking that that's it for sure. I'd rather have you kind of give an interpretation. So I'm just throwing out ideas of what they could possibly be, because the cat seems very significant for you. And I would also look at it, because I know a lot of people, when they go, especially when they're going through something emotionally, they're having a hard time processing, tears letting go. Well, often cats and dogs, our pets, can be a wonderful place of unconditional love. So they're very supportive, like a therapy animal. They help us process and move through that. So a cat can be part of that, supporting you moving through anything emotionally or whatever to help comfort that process for you.
No, I think that's good. To me, a cat also represents independence.
Oh, yeah.
Being, not needy, but rather independent, but in a healthy way.
And what about the other part, like with the yard and cutting out those spaces?
I think you explained it pretty good. To me, it's a preparing for something yet to come in, to be planted or to be placed.
Now, if it were a 6x6 plot, that'd probably be a burial. But since there's only 4 feet and there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
See, there's some of my humor. Somebody to follow up on that other question, right? At least it wasn't a sweaty butt crack. Is there anything we missed, Tanya, there, or does that cover it?
Nope, I think that covers it.
Okay.
All right, the next one is just a little bit of a statement followed up to the one that was it says discerning true surrender. It was about the surrender talk.
Okay.
She shared, it was the God, in parentheses, in the other person that I bowed to. And for me, that's the hard part about moving forward, because it felt like I was walking away from a child. She said, Brian, I need to re-listen. I got chicken skin more than once. So much loving and deep gratitude. I love you so much.
Well, thank you. That's wonderful to hear. I love the level of awareness that you have with all of this. So, boy, if any, a lot of times, listen, everybody really has an inner knowing of what's going on. It just takes time for us to wake up and realize that, and trust that, and as well as understand it because of all the symbology. So a lot of what Jim and I do is really just trying to reflect back to each of you your own inner knowing, so that you begin to recognize it, know it, trust it, and understand it more. And that's why I always love when people share like this, because it's really now acknowledging yourself and your own inner knowing and loving. So thank you for that.
Okay, I have one question that's left, and it is a leftover that came in from the previous live video broadcast that we had.
Okay.
So if that's okay, I'd like to go ahead, because yeah, it came in, I
Yeah.
think like 10 minutes after class, so we've saved it for this class.
Cool.
It says confusion, clarity, and completion. It says, howdy boys, couple of questions. Maybe I heard you wrong today, Brian, but what I heard was that doing affirmations and treasure maps, psychology or other spiritual paths, and all these things don't really allow us to get to the completion and God. Is that accurate?
Didn't we actually answer this one?
I think there was a part of a question, maybe, I think there was some things around affirmations and things like that. And I think she's just wanting to confirm what she heard. She said,
Oh,
I,
yeah, we talked about it in the confessions counselings class. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Can you read it again one more time? Because I know
yeah,
there's actually a bit in there.
okay. And yeah, there's a section below it that might help with clarification
Okay.
as well. Maybe I heard you wrong today, Brian, but what I heard was that doing affirmations and treasure maps, psychology, and other spiritual paths, and all these things don't really allow us to get to completion and God. Is that accurate? She said, I guess what confuses me is that you taught me affirmations, Jim, where I'd pick up my hand and swing it down to the ground and yell, I am great. Those things did help me to continue to keep me moving forward through things that kept shutting me down before, when I wasn't feeling my power and my truth to move forward, when I was feeling victimized and bullying myself regularly. I honestly don't know where I'd be today if I didn't do all those things, but I also do. But I also did 2.5 hours of meditation every day for over 20 years during that time. LAF,
That's the key.
yeah. LAF and service isn't LAF, in fact, a process. I feel like it's an action process every time I feel stuff come up, and I do it inside of me and write in a journal. So that's one section of it.
So we did actually answer that on the confessions counselings class because that came in after a month ago's class, right?
Let me look at the date. Hang on one second. I thought it came in right after the live video broadcast. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was dated the 15th, the live video broadcast.
Yeah, so we answered that in confessions, just so you know.
Okay.
But I would also like to take the opportunity here to go ahead and answer it just overall for people because of the statements I did make for people who weren't in the confessions class. The statement I did make around all of that. And I may not remember all, but if I can get the gist of it though and go with that. So if I remember that sharing I did a month ago or whatever it was in the class, I was talking about when we can really fully open up in meditation to God and truly do our 10% of the day, 2.5 hours fully, and give it a real dedication, devotion. Everything we need is in that meditation, in that loving relationship with God. If we could really fully do that, we wouldn't need all this other stuff. That's basically what I was kind of getting to. It was kind of a blanket statement, which maybe wasn't the best way to approach it, but I was trying to make a point of how the meditation is the priority, the most important thing to do of anything else. If all you did anything with, do the meditation. Because in the meditation is the LAF, is the taking responsibility, is the treasure map, is the affirmations, is everything. Because in the meditation, if we do it fully and truly open to God and allow God in, God will lay it all out, will handle all that, will lift us up. Everything all those other things were meant to do will and can take place just in that movement of loving with God, period. Now, most of us just won't do that, don't do that, can't do that because we've got all this other stuff in the way. We've got all these belief systems, all of our, feelings, all of our resistances, all of the alls. That's why we have affirmations, treasure maps, psychology, counseling, this, that, and the other thing. Because the way we're wired as humans, we just need something to do. We need a distraction. We need something to do so that we think in working at it, we're going to get our freedom. We're going to get through this. We're going to get it resolved. We're going to heal. We're going to do whatever. And it's true. Because when we do all these other things, that part of us that may not allow or believe in just the meditation, in doing that, will start to line itself up with the action of spirit that takes place in meditation. And in that alignment, we start to open up because of what we're doing and now allow that loving of spirit that comes in the meditation in and through to do what it was going to do anyway. So in other words, it's all, any of it, the affirmations, the treasure maps, the vision boards, the psychology, the other philosophies, anything you do is just a way or techniques to bring the me, myself, and I into alignment with the Holy Spirit, our soul, so that all that can now unfold. That is there right in our, just the meditation. Okay, but most of us just don't allow, can't allow, or whatever to open up fully for that to happen. Okay, so we do all these other things to support what we're doing in meditation. It helps us to align, it helps us to understand, it helps us to let go. And that's valuable, and that is why we do it. I was just making a point in the other class that all of that truly is and can be taken care of if we were just fully dedicated to the meditation. That's the point I was making, to stress that meditation is number one and everything is in there. But Spirit laid it out. This is the threefold path: meditation, self-study, service. So doing the self-study and the service with the meditation helps us to work all the other. So now all the me, myself, and I, and all the things we have to go through the ego and psychology come into alignment to allow what takes place in meditation to fully express, to fully move, to fully free and liberate us.
That's good.
It is.
Yeah.
Want to add anything?
No, I think that's well put.
Okay.
I don't want to add confusion.
Well, I think they actually titled it Confusion, Clarity, Completion. So there, completion. So thank you. I'm glad that way I could just cover all that, and then we have it on the recording here, as well as whatever we did in the Confessions Counselings class, because that was a very different approach what we did there. So cool. So what was the next part of that you said?
Let's see. I think the second part of it was, hang on one second, let me find it. It said, Jim, can you please share more about permission maps versus treasure maps? Is the permission map giving ourselves the permission to try new things and grow and learn, but not getting attached to them? In my experience, the attachment is what led to criticizing myself if I don't get it exactly the way I wanted it. To me, this is just more of God's will versus my will. My will you were talking about today, right?
Right.
Nicely put. Go ahead.
No, that's well put.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't want to add things to it because you've already got it figured out. You have an understanding. It's now just live into that.
Yeah, she said, so glad break is over and we're in the second semester of the school year. Much loving and grace.
I like that.
We actually do like school here, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. I'm glad you actually read those and went through that. That is good. I like that permission map. That really is a nice way to approach it, because I'm sure plenty of us have done treasure maps, created all kinds of expectations and then disappointments around it. Lord knows I've done that many times.
That's true.
Rather instead just giving ourselves permission rather than expectation. Very nice.
Well, today everybody gets an A+.
A for awareness and plus for acceptance.
Okay.
A plus. You get an F for forgiveness and freedom and fun. All righty. So is that it, or we done now?
Yep, that's it.
Wow, we're like almost almost on the dot of 6 what we
Yeah,
had scheduled. How
very
about
good.
that?
Well, thank you all
Super
again.
duper.
That was wonderful sharings and questions. Appreciate it very much. And I think we're all just really moving forward and growing in wonderful ways.
Amen to that. I'm still in the joy of the retreat yet and looking forward to the England retreat and looking forward to even just the next class as well as confessions counseling.
Yeah.
So thank you, everybody. Always appreciate all your sharings and questions. Let's keep doing this. Yay,
Amen.
second semester.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you guys next time around. Love you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.